Chapter 136. One-armed swordsman, one-armed swordsman, one-armed rider, one-armed swordsman. Writing with one hand is indeed a challenge. Slow as a tortoise. Looking for subscriptions and monthly votes to soothe the wounded soul of the Six Paths. The ultimate martial grand hunting ground was very big for normal people, but it was still okay for Chi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artists. From the entrance to the exit, a Chi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist could cross it in about half an hour if they ran at full speed. It was even easier for Force Training Realm martial artists. The problem was that there were many demon beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Once they entered, they would encounter demon beasts and be attacked. Remember, Force Training Realm time is 1 hour, Blood Realm time is 2 hours. The instructor said solemnly to the 7 Lights Martial Academy disciples. He then looked at the 9 Force Training Realm disciples. Your strength is not bad. If you play it safe, you will definitely be able to make it through within the time limit. I hope that each of you can pass the elimination round and become a disciple of the 4 great academies. The instructor gave his final blessing. Although it was impossible, it was still a kind of hope. The various forces encouraged the younger generation disciples. Then, everyone received a distress signal flare. Attention, the first 10 Force Training Realm and Blood Realm martial artists to cross the ultimate martial grand hunting ground will be rewarded by the City Lord's residence. Time's up. As a loud voice sounded, the disciples of the various forces moved one after another. They rushed towards the entrance of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground as if they were racing. Like a goshawk soaring through the sky, like a swallow flying gracefully, like a panther pouncing, like a tiger descending the mountain. Each of them showed their abilities and tried to enter the ultimate martial grand hunting ground as soon as possible. Especially those Force Training Realm martial artists, their performance was even more extraordinary. Under the influence of inner strength, their bodies were extremely fast. They took the lead and left many Blood Realm martial artists behind as they entered the ultimate martial grand hunting ground first. No matter what, even the weakest Force Training Realm martial artist's strength was not something a Blood Realm martial artist could compare to. In terms of speed, they were obviously faster as well. Bai Yushan flew past Chen Zong like a white shadow. Chen Zong, I'll make it so that you can't even pass the elimination round. A voice filled with hatred directly entered Chen Zong's ears. But Bai Yushan did not make a move because he did not dare. Now, they were just about to enter the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. If he attacked Chen Zong in front of everyone, he would definitely be disqualified. Although the humiliation that Chen Zong had brought upon him previously could only be washed away with blood, compared to entering the 4 great academies, White Jade Mountain was still more important. Once he was disqualified, he would not have another chance in the future. As for Chen Zong, he could kill him later. The other point was the reward. The top 10 would receive rewards from the City Lord's manor, and those rewards were always good. He had to fight for them. Moreover, the top 10 would usually receive more attention, and he would be able to hold his head high. You can try, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly, his voice clearly reaching Bai Yushan's ears. It was true that Bai Yushan was in the Force Training Realm. If they were to really fight, it was not impossible for him to win. Soon, everyone entered the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. For example, the 7 luminaries martial insti Tushin had a total of 37 disciples participating. The 4 extremities martial insti Tushin, the Changhong martial insti Tushin, and the Righteous Mountain martial insti Tushin had about 30 to 40 participants. The ultimate martial insti Tushin had more than 100 participants, which was far more than the 4 major martial insti Tushins. In total, there were more than 200 people. In addition, the number of participants from the 8 major forces of Ultimate Martial Main City, other forces, White Dragon Gang, Iron Finger Gate, Dongfang Clan, and so on totaled more than 300 people. The total number was more than 600. However, it was unknown how many of these 600 people would be able to pass the elimination round in the end. The top 10 would receive rewards from the City Lord's Manor, and the City Lord's Manor directly belonged to the true Martial Alliance. Therefore, the rewards should be quite good. Naturally, Chen Zong was also tempted. Let's go. Wang Minghua sped up and surpassed everyone. Along with him was another Qi and Blood Realm martial artist from the previous batch. Everyone, I'll be leaving first, Chen Zong said to the other 7 Lights Martial Academy disciples. Chen Zong also wanted the top 10 rewards. After all, cultivation required all kinds of resources. If he had the ability to fight for it, he would fight for it. If Chen Zong wanted to travel with Zhanning, Su Zhantian, and the others, it would be a foolish move. A martial artist's cultivation went against the natural order, and what they fought for was time. How to fight for time depended on one's talent, ability, and resources. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zong immediately executed Riding Wind and Water Treading. Riding Wind and Water Treading after reaching the perfect Qi and Blood Realm was not only 50% faster than when he was at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, but the distance he could cover with each step had also increased from 4 meters to 6 meters. After a while, Chen Zong disappeared from the eyes of Su Zhantian and the others. Chase after him. The Bai family immediately sped up. Before entering, they had all received Bai Yushan's instructions to take the opportunity to severely injure Chen Zong and eliminate him. However, they did not expect Chen Zong to be so fast. The Bai family disciples in the Qi and Blood Realm continuously pursued, but they could not catch up. It could not be helped. After Chen Zong executed Riding Wind and Water Treading, his speed was too fast. He left many people in the dust and directly overtook them. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The Bai family disciples were furious. If they could not catch up, how could they severely injure him? They would not be able to complete Bai Yushan's task. What's wrong with you guys? On the Ultimate Martial Academy's side, a young man in white martial attire frowned and asked the Bai family disciples who were chasing with all their might. Second young master, that 7 Lights Martial Academy disciple has a grudge with young Master Yushan. I heard that he also has a grudge with young Master Yulo. Young Master Yushan ordered us to deal with him. A Bai family disciple quickly said. He has a grudge with cousin Yushan and third brother. Interesting. It turned out that this person was the Bai family's second young master, Bai Yulo's second brother, and also one of the Ultimate Martial Academy's elite disciples. Hearing this, a smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. Since he dares to go against my Bai family, then he must bear the corresponding consequences. I'll go stop him. As soon as his voice fell, Bai Yugong's figure flashed and stretched into a phantom. He turned into a gust of wind and his speed increased rapidly. It was as if he was flying on land. He quickly surpassed the others and chased after Chen Zong. This was a movement technique that Bai Yugong cultivated. It was called Gale Movement Technique. It allowed him to explode with astonishing speed for a short period of time. In the entire Ultimate Martial Academy, no one in the Qi and Blood Realm could compete with him in terms of speed. This speed was more than 3 times faster than Chen Zong. Of course, the flaw was obvious. He could use Riding the Wind and Water Treading until he exhausted his strength, but Bai Yugong's movement technique could not. After all, he had not encountered any demonic beasts yet. A group of Refinement Realm martial artists were far in the lead. After losing sight of his back, Chen Zong kept passing one person after another. His speed was astonishing. What a brilliant movement technique! Qin Shijia saw Chen Zong pass by and was slightly startled. His extraordinary perception also made his eyesight better than others. Humph! Nangong Honglai snorted. His advantage was his strength, but his speed was average. However, this was just the beginning. It was still unknown who would make it out of the Ultimate Martial Grand Hunting Ground in the top 10. On the other hand, Nangong Wulye was very unhappy. His eyes revealed a fierce glint, but he was helpless. Speed was also not his forte. I don't believe that you can maintain this speed forever. Nangong Wulye clenched his fists and thought to himself. Since the day he clashed with Chen Zong's palm, Nangong Wulye hated Chen Zong. He had made up his mind to severely injure Chen Zong and teach him a lesson. 7 Luminaries Martial Academy disciple. I don't care who you are. Stop right there. A voice came from behind. It was getting closer and closer. Immediately, Chen Zong felt a strong gust of wind from a fist piercing through the air towards his back. His body swayed and the gust of wind from the fist missed. His speed did not decrease, but his opponent was even faster and approached him again. After 3 blinks of an eye, a white figure flashed past from the side. At the same time, a palm struck towards Chen Zong's head. It was very fast. Chen Zong dodged again and dodged. The person was already in front of him. Get lost. Chen Zong flicked his finger. It was the iron-rending finger. He had already cultivated it to the peak of perfection and was just 1 step away from attaining the hyper-focus realm. In fact, if Chen Zong was willing, he could also cultivate it to the hyper-focus realm. However, he had only casually cultivated the iron-rending finger and storm leg art. He did not spend too much time and energy on them. He mainly focused on the cultivation and comprehension of the sword art. Even so, the iron-rending finger at perfection still had a terrifying power. And this was the effect of Chen Zong not fully exerting his pure yang qi and blood. The finger pierced through the air. The terrifying finger force could easily shatter steel. Bai Yugong's expression suddenly changed. He felt threatened by the power of this finger. Slash! Without any hesitation, Bai Yugong unsheathed the long saber at his waist. The saber light was incandescent like a white phantom. It slashed towards Chen Zong's head in the blink of an eye. It was like a gust of wind that could split the wind. The disciples of the Ultimate Martial Academy were usually more outstanding than the other 4 academies. The Ultimate Martial Academy was already more outstanding than the other 4 academies. Coupled with the influence of the environment, there would be an obvious difference. If an outstanding person was placed in a group of mediocre people, he would gradually become mediocre. If he was placed in a group of outstanding people, he would become even more outstanding. This saber was even faster than Wang Minghua's. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He flicked his finger and suddenly accelerated, clashing with the saber. With a clang, Chen Zong felt a slight pain in his finger. It was as if it was cut open by the saber. In fact, he was not injured. Bai Yugong's long saber was also flicked away by his finger. While surprised, Bai Yugong's saber trembled slightly. After drawing a half arc, it slashed towards Chen Zong at an even faster speed. Chen Zong flicked his finger for the second time. Immediately after, he threw out a kick. It was like a gust of wind which shocked Bai Yugong. He quickly retreated, but the saber was still slashing down. The terrifying saber wind arrived. As the 2 exchanged blows, the others immediately caught up and overtook them. Your strength is not bad, but if you offend my Bai family, you will be punished, Bai Yugong said. He took a step forward and continuously slashed with his long saber. In the blink of an eye there were 3 slashes. They were from the left, the middle, and the right respectively. Once hit, although one would not die, they would be seriously injured, which was equivalent to being eliminated. So it's the Bai family. Chen Zong suddenly realized. No wonder his opponent looked a little familiar. Now that he mentioned it, he was somewhat similar to Bai Yulo. Speaking of which, he had not been able to find a suitable opportunity to deal with Bai Yulo. Unexpectedly, the Bai family came looking for trouble. At this moment, the other Bai family's disciples had caught up. They were trained in the family and were considered elite. They were more outstanding than Su Zhantian. When they saw Chen Zong being intercepted by Bai Yugong, they all attacked. In an instant, Chen Zong was surrounded by a group of Bai family's disciples. There were a total of 6 of them. He actually provoked the Bai family. What bad luck! Chapter 137. He dared to provoke the Bai family. Oh well, it saves me the trouble. Nangong Wulye and the others caught up and sneered when they saw Chen Zong surrounded. Then, the other Bai family disciples from the other academies also surrounded Chen Zong. There were a total of 16 of them, and none of them were weak. Even Nangong Wulye knew that he could not fight against such a situation. Let's go. Nangong Honglai looked away and walked past them. This did not pique his interest. Bai Yugong's body shook as he withdrew his blade and backed off. In his opinion, Chen Zong's speed was fast and his strength was not bad. However, he was surrounded by 15 outstanding disciples of the Bai family and had no way to escape. I'll leave him to you. Remember, don't kill him. Leave him alive for cousin Yushan. Bai Yugong ordered. He turned around and walked away quickly. He wanted to fight for the top 10. Immediately, the Bai family disciples attacked. Oh no, Chen Zong is surrounded. Zhan Ying and Su Zhantian's expression changed. Along with Yi Qianren, they increased their speed slightly and quickly approached to help. The other disciples hesitated and gave up. They did not have any friendship with Chen Zong. Qi Fei sneered. He knew how terrifying Chen Zong was. After all, Kong Yuan was extremely powerful when he revealed his strength. After his demon transformation, he was even more powerful. He could easily defeat an ordinary Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist. Among the many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists who participated in the assessment, there were not many who could compete with Kong Yuan after his demon transformation. Although these 15 Bai family disciples were powerful, they might not be Chen Zong's match. I wonder what he looks like after his demon transformation? Qi Fei secretly guessed. However, Chen Zong could not use his demon transformation in this place. Iron-rending finger! 3 gale strikes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong hung the fake frost sword on his belt. He flicked his fingers, and the terrifying finger force shattered the air. Then, his legs continuously bombarded, 3 legs each, kicking in 6 directions. Even if he did not draw his sword, and did not use his pure Yang Qi and Blood Qi, the perfect stage iron-rending finger and gale kick were still terrifying. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 8 Bai family disciples were sent flying. The attacks of the other Bai family disciples only shattered a lifelike shadow and did not hurt Chen Zong at all. While the other 7 Bai family disciples were stunned, 2 more of them were sent flying and vomiting blood. Without even drawing his sword, Chen Zong executed iron-rending finger and gale leg art with a standard strength of 10,000 jin. Combined with his shadow clone movement technique, the 15 elites of the Bai clan were all defeated by Chen Zong, unable to put up any resistance at all. Brother Chen. Zhan Ying and the other 2 family disciples were stunned. 15 Bai family disciples, any one of them exuded a very strong blood qi fluctuation that was not inferior to them in the slightest. In the end, they were defeated by Chen Zong without even being able to withstand a single move. This gap was simply too great. Qi Fei's face was also filled with shock. Although he thought that the 15 Bai clan disciples would not be able to do anything to Chen Zong, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. Terrifying. Qi Fei could not help but shudder. He was even more curious about the demon bloodline Chen Zong had integrated with. How did it become so terrifying? This person is a strong opponent. The Qi and Blood Realm martial artists who caught up were shocked. Their pupils shrank as they remembered Chen Zong and warned themselves not to provoke him. Being intercepted by the White Jade Palace and surrounded by the Bai family disciples required time. Most of the martial artists had already caught up. Chen Zong was not willing to fall behind. He was determined to get the top 10 rewards. After saying a few words to Su Zhantian and the other two, Chen Zong once again used wind riding and water treading to increase his speed. He covered 6 meters in one step. His body was light as if he was riding the wind. It was a kind of elegance that made others envious and surprised. Soon, Chen Zong caught up to them one by one, and then overtook them. If they had any other thoughts before, they were all gone now. Looking at the 15 by clan disciples who were still lying on the ground and vomiting blood, they knew that they were definitely going to be eliminated. The 7 luminaries martial institution actually produced such a strong disciple. Onward, onward, onward. Almost 5 minutes had passed since the opening of the ultimate martial hunting ground. The Qi and Blood Realm martial artists were nowhere to be seen. There were not many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists in the lead, only a dozen of them. Each of them was astonishingly fast. Compared to the last Qi and Blood Realm martial artists, there was a gap of more than 3,000 meters. Do not underestimate this gap of more than 3,000 meters. It represented an absolute difference in speed and would increase as time passed. But at this moment, a group of tall and powerful wolves with green fur and a group of black boars with sharp fangs appeared on the left and right in front of them. The demon beasts have appeared. The green wolf was the lower LV2 demon beast, Black Silk Wolf. It got its name because of its fine hair and sharp fangs. The black boar was the sharp-tusked boar, also a lower LV2 demon beast. A LV2 low-grade demonic beast was equivalent to a Qi Blood Realm level 7 martial artist in terms of level. However, it would be stronger than the average Qi Blood Realm level 7 martial artist. To the crowd, even a LV2 high-grade demonic beast would not be a match for them, let alone a LV2 low-grade demonic beast. This was because every one of them was an elite martial artist. The problem was that there were more than 100 black silk wolves. Among them, the alpha wolf looked taller and more powerful. The aura it exuded was very strong. It was clearly a middle LV2 demon beast. On the other hand, there were nearly 200 sharp tusk boars. Every one of them was taller and stronger than the black silk wolves. The aura they brought when they ran was like an army of thousands of men and horses. It was very terrifying. The ground shook and dust billowed. The aura was resolute. Let's go first. There is no need to fight with the demon beast. Some people immediately used their speed to increase their speed and rushed forward. They wanted to escape before the 2 groups of demon beasts arrived. Otherwise, once they were surrounded by the 2 groups of demon beasts, it would be very dangerous and they would also be delayed. There was more than one person who had this idea, but not all of them could do it. The Black Silk Wolf's running speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist running at full speed. Although the sharp tusk boars were slower, their charging momentum was very powerful and terrifying. In addition to their numbers, they were more threatening than the Black Silk Wolf. 1,000-mile wind chaser. Qin Shijia muttered to himself. He immediately used a top-rank human-class movement skill. His speed instantly increased and his figure became blurry. It was as if he was chasing after the wind. Gale movement skill. Bai Yugong also erupted with his blood qi. In a short period of time, his speed also reached an astonishing level. Disciples of the Nangong family, listen to my order. Follow my lead and charge. Nangong Honglia's speed was relatively weak. He couldn't be compared to Qin Shijia, Bai Yugong, and the others. However, his strength was his strength. He could only use his strength to the fullest. There were more than a dozen elite disciples of the Nangong family. This didn't include the disciples who entered the martial academies. With Nangong Honglai as the leader and Nangong Wulia as the support, the dozen or so Nangong family disciples were like a sharp awl. They ruthlessly charged forward, wanting to tear everything apart. At the same time, Chen Zong also caught up. His figure flashed and swept past the Nangong family disciples like a breeze. It's him! What's going on? Nangong Wulia and the others were shocked. Even Nangong Honglai was surprised. The Bai family is too useless. Nangong Wulye was very unhappy. However, this wasn't the time to pursue. The azure silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar finally arrived. Carrying a ferocious aura, they directly charged into the group of martial artists, and a bloody battle began. One of the azure silk wolf opened its mouth and bit at Chenzong. The smell of blood immediately assaulted his face, making him feel nauseous. Get lost! Chenzong kicked out, bringing along a gust of wind. With one kick, the azure silk wolf was sent flying. However, it was only a low-grade LV-2 demonic beast. He didn't even need to use any martial arts to kill it. However, soon 2 more azure silk wolves arrived from the left and right. Behind them, a sharp-toothed boar ruthlessly charged forward. Chenzong's expression didn't change. He consecutively kicked out 3 times to kill the azure silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar. Borrowing the rebounding force from the kicks, he executed the wind-treading water technique. His speed instantly increased by 30%. He directly passed through the group of demonic beasts and approached Bai Yugong. That's right. One of Chenzong's goals was to chase after Bai Yugong. Originally, Chenzong wouldn't have bothered the Bai family. However, Bai Yugong chased after him and intercepted him. He even attacked him and let the Bai family's disciples surround him. This debt must be settled. It's you. Bai Yugong, who had killed 3 demonic beasts with one strike, saw Chenzong and was shocked. What happened to my Bai family's disciples? You'll know soon enough. Chenzong replied indifferently. Bai Yugong's expression changed slightly. He thought of a very bad result, but immediately shook his head. That was impossible. Even if he was surrounded by 15 elite martial artists, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. His opponent must have cultivated some strange body movement and used it to escape. You're courting death by chasing after me. I'll let you die in the mouths of these demonic beasts. Bai Yugong sneered. He raised his long saber and a terrifying aura condensed. His chi and blood force instantly erupted. Wind-chasing 7 sabers. This time, Bai Yugong performed the wind-chasing saber technique, a human-level superb martial art, which had reached the perfect realm. His arm shook and seemed to disappear. Only 7 sharp and tyrannical saber lights slashed at Chenzong from 7 angles. They were extremely fast. Before the saber lights arrived, the sharp saber wind had already made Chenzong's hair fly and made it difficult for him to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the 7 saber lights gathered and turned into 7 sabers, slashing at Chenzong's head. If he was hit, he would be split into 2. First, the attack from 7 directions immediately changed to 1 direction. It was difficult to guard against. The power of the 7 sabers was even more powerful. Great iron shattering hand? Double strike. Chenzong raised his left palm, which was covered with sparkling blood vessels. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. The moment it touched the saber lights, his palm shook slightly and the power burst out for the second time. Under the double strike, the 7 saber lights were shattered one after another. Then, Chenzong's palm and the saber crossed each other and imprinted on Bai Yugong's chest. Chapter 138. My hand is better now. I can barely write. Our monthly votes are 100, but our ranking has dropped to 27. Hope from the 6 realms. If you still have monthly votes, please vote for our book and continue to push forward. Hundreds of beasts and dozens of martial artists were fighting non-stop. The scene was chaotic and no one could see what was happening here. Bai Yugong was not dead. He was lucky that a nearby chi-refining martial artist came to his rescue. This was also related to Bai Yugong's own strength. He survived in the face of death. However, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death after being attacked by beasts a few times. With other people around, Chenzong could not kill him. After kicking a few beasts to death, Chenzong used the momentum to escape. The double strike of the great iron shattering hand is indeed feasible, Chen Zong thought to himself as he passed by beasts. A martial artist's strength was based on one's cultivation level, martial arts was another, and technique was the third. When one's cultivation level and martial arts realm were at the same level, one's strength was determined by technique. Especially for elite and genius martial artists, the key to victory was often in some small details. Chen Zong had already cultivated the great iron shattering hand to the minute subtlety realm. After studying it, he had a sudden inspiration. Combining all his past experiences, he studied the usage of the double strike. In other words, after the first strike, he would instantly explode with strength to strike a second strike. In comparison, the second strike required less strength and was naturally more difficult. Without a strong enough physique, one would not be able to withstand it. This was also the first time Chen Zong used it in an actual battle. As expected, Bai Yugong's strength was not inferior to the demonized Kong Yuan. Riding the wind and treading on water, Chen Zong escaped from the encirclement of the black silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar. Under the attack of the top Qi refining stage 9 martial artists, beasts were killed one after another. Among the martial artists there were inevitable injuries, but no one died. When some of the slower martial artists arrived, there were not many demonic beasts left. The pressure they had to bear was imperceptibly reduced by a lot. Isn't this the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Yugong? He was killed by the sharp-toothed boar. Impossible. What a tragic death! What really killed him wasn't the sharp-toothed boar, but the palm strike on his chest. A sharp-eyed martial artist saw the palm strike on Bai Yugong's corpse's chest, and his face immediately changed. To be able to kill Bai Yugong with one palm strike, this person's strength was definitely terrifying. Xiao Chen did not know which cultivator practiced palm technique. No one suspected Chen Zong. He was actually killed. What a piece of trash. Nangong Wulye was taken aback and mocked. White Jade Palace's strength was not inferior to his. It would be impossible for him to defeat White Jade Palace without a fight. On the other hand, Nangong Honglai merely took a glance at them, but he didn't pay them any mind. The White Jade Palace was nothing in his eyes. In the following part of the journey, more and more demonic beasts appeared, and they were even more powerful. There were mid-rank 2 and high-rank 2 demonic beasts, and casualties began to appear. With the appearance of a large number of powerful demonic beasts, the teams that were originally gathered together were scattered, turning into small groups of 3 to 5. There were also small groups that were scattered again, turning into 2 people or traveling alone. Zhang Ning, Su Zhantian and Yi Qianren hugged each other tightly. Perhaps it was because of their relationship with Chen Zong, but their relationship was not bad. It's actually a fierce blood tiger. Chen Zong was a little surprised as he stared at the huge figure that was rapidly running towards him. He couldn't help but recall the demonic beast attack he had encountered at the Qin family's iron mine in the Hidden Dragon Mountain. One of them was a fierce blood tiger. At that time, the fierce blood tiger was an existence that made him feel despair. It could easily tear him apart with a casual claw. But now it was different. Facing the aggressive and violent fierce blood tiger, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. Only his black hair fluttered in the wind. Roar! The fierce blood tiger let out a loud roar, its momentum shaking the heavens. Its fierce and violent aura was like a terrifying storm that swept over, wanting to destroy Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, the fierce blood tiger rushed towards Chen Zong with a terrifying murderous and violent aura. It raised its tiger claw, and with a single claw it smashed down. Compared to the fierce blood tiger's size, Chen Zong seemed so insignificant. However, Chen Zong didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his left hand, which was covered with sparkling and translucent blood vessels, and waved it casually. It was silent and ordinary, as if he was greeting the fierce blood tiger with a handshake. However, the terrifying power was completely restrained in his left palm. Coupled with the leakless body, it didn't leak out at all. This palm seemed to be very slow, but in fact, it was very fast. The moment it was waved, it collided with the fierce blood tiger's huge claw. Compared to the fierce blood tiger's huge claw, Chen Zong's hand was simply negligible. However, under the collision, the strong contrast was shocking. With a bang, Chen Zong's body slightly shook. That was caused by the fierce blood tiger's tyrannical strength. However, the power of Chen Zong's palm was also very tyrannical. At the moment of collision, he had already used the great iron shattering hand, and directly sent the fierce blood tiger flying to the ground. The fierce blood tiger kept retreating, and its claws didn't dare to touch the ground. So strong! Chen Zong was very surprised. Speaking of which, this was his first time fighting with an upper-grade LV2 demonic beast. Especially a top-grade LV2 demonic beast. It was indeed very powerful. This didn't mean that the fierce blood tiger was stronger than the White Jade Palace. In fact, the White Jade Palace could definitely kill the fierce blood tiger in a one-on-one battle. However, as a demonic beast, especially a top-grade LV2 demonic beast, the fierce blood tiger's physical strength was very tyrannical. Coupled with its terrifying demonic beast strength, it was best at fighting with force. It just so happened that human martial artists weren't good at this kind of fighting. A tyrannical physique brought about a tyrannical defense, and a stronger ability to protect one's life. Chen Zong's palm didn't feel good either. Then, Chen Zong took a step forward and struck out another palm. There was no way to dodge, and it directly hit the fierce blood tiger's forehead. It was another double attack. The fierce blood tiger couldn't withstand it. Its brain was smashed into a lump, and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. Martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm had 2 hours. Now, less than half an hour had passed. However, due to the continuous attacks of the demonic beasts, it felt like a long time had passed. This was already the middle section of the ultimate martial hunting ground. There were still some martial artists who hadn't arrived yet. As he continued forward, Chen Zong met 2 people. They were both disciples of the Nangong family. One of them was Nangong Wulye. "It's you. Just in time. Let me teach you a lesson." Nangong Wulye was killing an upper LV2 demonic beast with a single punch. When he saw Chen Zong, he immediately grinned. His teeth seemed to emit a white light. Nangong Wulye immediately took a step forward and rushed towards Chen Zong aggressively. Nangong Wulye let out a low roar that sounded like the roar of a giant beast. His momentum was astonishing. He raised his fist and punched out. His fist seemed to have enlarged by one size. It was like a huge rock that fell from the sky in an instant. It was ferocious and violent, capable of shattering everything in front of it. This fist was a superior grade mortal realm fist art. It had reached the perfection realm, and its power was terrifying. Nangong Wulye didn't plan to waste time with Chen Zong. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Chen Zong didn't draw his sword. Instead, he performed the great iron shattering hand with his left hand and struck out. When the fist and palm collided, Nangong Wulye used the double strike technique. However, Nangong Wulye was also very strong. For some reason, his fist was extremely condensed, and it only dissipated when it collided with Chen Zong's double strike technique. However, Chen Zong had already flicked his left hand and performed the perfection realm iron shattering finger. With a loud bang, the powerful finger force hit Nangong Wulye's fist. It was as if it was going to shatter his fist. The terrifying power caused Nangong Wulye's arm to go numb. However, Nangong Wulye's talent was outstanding and his strength was tyrannical. With a loud roar, he shook his arm once more. A powerful surge of qi and blood gushed out like a torrential flood, crushing the finger force. Immediately after, Nangong Wulye formed a fist with his left hand and smashed it fiercely. Different from the first fist, this fist was like a rolling river. It didn't seem powerful at first, but it was powerful in that it was continuous and powerful. It was even more difficult to defend against than the first fist. It was another mortal-level martial arts that had reached the perfection realm. Chunzong felt that Nangong Wulya was indeed more powerful than White Jade Palace. Of course, it was also because Chunzong didn't want to expose his Qi and Blood Perfection realm strength. The Great Iron Shattering Hand, the Iron Cracking Finger, and the Wild Wind Leg Art were all performed at the same time. Their power was overwhelming. Coupled with Chunzong's unique timing, Nangong Wulya was forced to retreat. "Wulya, let me help you." The other Nangong Wulya was surprised. He immediately rushed over and kicked at Chunzong like a falling tree. Although it was 1 against 2, Chunzong didn't feel any pressure. He dealt with them with ease and gradually suppressed them. What made Nangong Wulya feel even more ashamed was the long sword on his opponent's waist. It was definitely not for show, which meant that his opponent hadn't used his full strength yet. On the other hand, he had used all of his strength except for the forbidden arts, but he was still at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, he was not weaker than his opponent at all. In fact, he was even slightly stronger than his opponent. The problem was that his opponent's mastery and application of martial arts were better than his. His timing and rhythm were also better than his opponent. Bang! Bang! Chunzong's kick landed on the chest of the Nangong Wulya, sending him flying like a rolling gourd. Then, he threw out a palm that bypassed Nangong Wulya's fist and landed on his chest. The hidden power exploded in an instant. Nangong Wulya's body trembled violently. His legs tried to hold on to the ground, but he couldn't stop himself from sliding back under the powerful force. His face turned pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Let's go." Without the slightest hesitation, Nangong Wulya immediately turned around and spoke. Without caring about his companions, he burst out with an astonishing speed and jumped like a flea. Every jump was more than 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. What a strange movement skill! Chunzong thought to himself. His speed was comparable to his wind stepping steps at full power. However, he was sure that he wouldn't be able to maintain his speed for long. Chunzong had no intention of chasing after Nangong Wulya since he had already killed the Bai family's White Jade Palace. If he were to chase after Nangong Wulya, the Nangong family might be infuriated. The number 1 power of the ultimate martial main city was definitely terrifying. Most importantly, Nangong Wulya didn't have any killing intent when he attacked. He only wanted to teach Chunzong a lesson, which was different from the White Jade Palace. No matter who it was, Chunzong wouldn't hesitate to kill those who wanted to kill him. On the other hand, he wasn't a homicidal maniac who would kill for no reason. I wonder if any of these Qi and Blood Realm warriors could force me to use my full strength at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm? Chunzong thought to himself. Chapter 139. The first is undoubtedly me, Nangong Tianzi. A figure in a blue martial robe seemed to be strolling out of the water. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit. Nangong Tianzi had become the first energy training realm martial artist to pass through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Not even 40 minutes had passed. This kid is not bad. His speed is fast, his aura is deep, and his energy is pure. At the exit of the ultimate martial hunting ground, many people were watching. There were Qi refining realm martial artists from various factions, as well as people from the 4 academies. Nangong Tianzi was the first Qi refining realm martial artist to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Who do you guys think will be the second? Probably the more outstanding ones like Shui Zhengtao, Fang Jinlong, and the others. Just as the discussion started, a second figure appeared. Everyone was stunned because this person was unfamiliar to them, as if they had never seen him before. This was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. He had a faint smile on his face, giving off a shy vibe like the boy next door. His eyes were clear, like a bottomless pool, giving off a very clean vibe. Without a doubt, this was also a chi refining realm martial artist. With a long sword hanging on his waist, he was a sword martial artist. Never seen him before. Which faction is he from? Nangong Tianzi also stared at this person, his eyes shining. The time taken for this person to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground was only slightly slower than his. This meant that this person's speed was also very fast, almost comparable to his own. As if sensing Nangong Tianzi's gaze, this person turned his head and smiled. Of course, passing the ultimate martial hunting ground was a test of one's ability, but it was not absolute strength. It was related to many factors, and one's strength could only be determined through battle. But no matter what, the second person to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground surprised everyone. Naturally, he left a deep impression on everyone. "What's your name?" Nangong Tianzi asked calmly. "Lin Tianyu." The shy young martial artist smiled. His voice was soft and clear, as if it was condensed into a line. As he smiled, the clear vibe became more obvious. Lin Tianyu. The crowd also heard those words and they fell into deep thought. However, they couldn't recall such a name at all. About a minute later, 4 people rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit at the same time. One of them was slightly plump, but his footsteps were agile. It was as if he was gliding on the surface of the water, very light and smooth. He was the young master of the White Dragon Gang, Shui Zhengtao. The second person gave off the feeling of being as fast as lightning. His steps were firm and powerful, as if nothing could stop him. He was the disciple of the Iron Finger School, Fang Jinlong. The third figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was one of the disciples of the Dongfang family, who was at the strength refining stage. His name was Dongfang Leichao. The fourth one had a sharp aura, like an unsheathed sword. It was Ouyang Jianlin. Thus, there were 6 people in the top 10. After a while, the 7th person rushed out, followed by the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Not much time had passed. There were more than 600 disciples participating in the assessment, and about 30% of them were at the strength refining stage, which was about 200. Under normal circumstances, a strength refining stage martial artist could pass the ultimate martial grand hunting ground within an hour. Of course, if they were unlucky enough to encounter a level 3 beast, then it would be a different story. Luckily, there weren't many level 3 beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Even if there were, they would only be level 3 lower level beasts. At most, they would be level 3 middle level, which was equivalent to the second transformation of the strength refining stage. Finally, an hour had passed. 180 people have passed. I'm here. Another person shouted as he rushed out. Unfortunately, he was just a hair's breadth away. An hour was an hour and there was no room for compromise. If one couldn't pass within the time limit, they would be eliminated. This was the rule set by the 4 academies, and no one could go against it. Perhaps some people would say that it was because of bad luck that they encountered a level 3 beast, which delayed them. However, in the world of martial artists, luck was often a part of one's ability. Receiving guidance from an expert was a bit of luck. Obtaining martial arts manuals was also a type of luck. Obtaining treasures was also a type of luck. Cultivating all the way, starting from the lowest level and slowly becoming stronger, one needed to have enough luck. Otherwise, death would be the only way out, not to mention training to become stronger. About 20 strength refining stage martial artists were eliminated. In reality, for them to be able to reach the strength refining stage at such a young age, they had already surpassed many martial artists. They could be considered elites or even geniuses. This showed how strict the 4 academies were when it came to recruiting disciples. The 20 or so strength refining stage martial artists who were eliminated were naturally very depressed. This was because they were all over 20 years old. The next time the 4 academies recruited them, they would already be over 24 years old, and would no longer be eligible. The top 10 of the strength refining stage is out. I wonder who will be in the top 10 of the blood stage? As the crowd casually chatted and guessed, time slowly passed. There was a huge difference between the speed of a blood stage martial artist and a strength refining stage martial artist. Therefore, the time limit was doubled to 2 hours. Without any obstacles, a martial artist at the peak of the blood stage 9th stage would still need an hour to break through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Furthermore, they were constantly encountering beasts. From time to time, distress flares would be shot out. Immediately, the strength refining stage martial artists waiting in the great hunting ground would move out to help. However, sometimes the distance would be too far and the rescue could not be in time. It was inevitable that someone would be killed. Before encountering demonic beasts, Qi and Blood Realm martial artists could indeed rely on their own speed to distinguish between the front and back. However, as the number of demonic beasts increased, the danger would increase. Unless one had an absolute advantage in speed and could shake off all the demonic beasts, one would have to rely on one's strength. However, there were many beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. There were all kinds of beasts. Some were good at strength, while others were good at speed. After being separated, the blood stage martial artists spread out. The difference between the front and back was not so obvious. Whoever could break through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground first would have to rely on their own strength. It was a comprehensive strength. One after another, the beasts were killed by Chen Zong. However, there were even more beasts in the surroundings. They were a wolf pack. Not green silk wolves, but green-eyed wolves, which were even stronger than green silk wolves. Wolf packs had always been beasts that lived in packs. There were at least 10 of them and at most hundreds of them. Chen Zong's luck was terrible. He was surrounded by more than 200 green-eyed wolves. Green-eyed wolves were intermediate stage 2 beasts. Their level was equivalent to a blood stage 8th stage martial artist. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary blood stage 8th stage martial artist. Of course, to a powerful martial artist at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9, the green-eyed wolf was nothing. Even the powerful green-eyed wolf leader was nothing. It was only a level 2 upper-grade monster beast. However, once their numbers reached a certain level, they would become a terrifying threat. For example, if there were more than 10 intermediate stage 2 beasts, they would be a death threat to an ordinary blood stage 9th stage martial artist. If there were more than 20 of them, the chances of death would be very high. If there were more than 50 of them, even some elite martial artists at the peak of blood stage 9th stage would be killed if they were not careful. If there were more than 100 of them, even a genius martial artist at the peak of blood stage 9th stage would not dare to face them head-on. Now, Chen Zong was facing more than 200 green-eyed wolves alone. It was very scary. Perhaps one could defeat a green-eyed wolf in one move without using any martial arts. However, one should not forget that green-eyed wolves were very fast. Their claws and fangs were very sharp. Once one was hit, one would definitely be injured. Once one was injured and bled, one's condition would deteriorate and affect one's strength. This kind of battle was a high-intensity battle. It consumed a lot of energy, and if one could not replenish it, it would be normal to be killed in the end. Chen Zong was different. Even if he did not use his full strength, under the blood stage great fulfillment, his blood qi would be replenished quickly. He would be in peak condition at all times. He was a terrifying fighting machine. Without drawing his sword, Chen Zong killed one green-eyed wolf after another with just his hands and legs. Nothing could stop him. This kind of killing to his heart's content made Chen Zong very happy. No, time is of the essence. I have to leave as soon as possible. After waking up, Chunzong scanned the surroundings. There were dozens of green-eyed wolf corpses around him. The other green-eyed wolves were provoked and charged at him without fear of death. Let's go. Chunzong kicked a green-eyed wolf's head and broke it. Using the momentum, his body was light as if he was riding the wind and walking on water. He left quickly. At this moment, an even taller and stronger figure suddenly jumped up. Its terrifying claws shone with a cold light. It seemed to tear the air apart as it grabbed at Chunzong. A chill ran down Chunzong's spine. This was a green-eyed wolf leader. It was an upper-class level 2 demonic beast. It seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Even some genius martial artists would hate it. However, Chunzong was not a normal genius martial artist. His reaction was extremely fast. He noticed the green-eyed wolf leader's attack the moment it jumped up. He took a step forward and directly stepped on the green-eyed wolf leader's head. The terrifying force shook and the green-eyed wolf leader fell to the ground. It bled from its 7 orifices and died immediately. With another leap, Chunzong rushed out of the encirclement of the green-eyed wolves. He used wind riding and water treading and quickly left. The green-eyed wolves howled and chased after him. However, there was a difference in speed. They were getting further and further away. Iron Finger, one of the 2 Qi and Blood Realm disciples of the Iron Finger martial school, shot out a finger. His finger seemed to be made of iron and had a trace of metallic luster. A peak upper-class level 2 demonic beast pounced at him and was immediately pierced through its head. When the finger was pulled out, blood mixed with brain matter spurted out and covered the ground. The demonic beast also fell to the ground and died. Die! Nangong Honglai shot out a palm attack. A peak upper-class level 2 demonic beast was sent flying without any resistance. Its body trembled and blood flowed out from its 7 orifices. Chapter 140. Third update. Outside the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit, many people were still waiting. A young man wearing a white martial attire with a simple ink painting of a mountain swayed and rushed out like a gust of wind. He was very fast and had a sense of calmness. It's him! Qin Shijia. This kid's perception is outstanding and he's proficient in all kinds of martial arts. It's reasonable for him to be the first Blood Qi realm martial artist to make it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Then, the second person appeared. It was the ultimate martial institution's disciple, Yun Feng. His movement technique had a natural elegance. The third person rushed out with a domineering aura. It was Nangong Honglai of the Nangong family. He crossed 10 meters in one step like a battleship breaking through the water. One after another, the 10th Blood Qi realm martial artist appeared not long after. Chunzong isn't among them? The Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall instructor was stunned. Speaking of which, Chunzong had surprised him time and time again. Therefore, this time, he thought that Chunzong might have the ability to enter the top 10. He did not expect that he was not. That's true. There are too many young geniuses below the ultimate martial capital. The instructor shook his head and said to himself. But as time passed, the instructor could not help but become nervous. More and more Blood Qi realm martial artists came out. There were already more than 200 of them, but Chunzong was still not among them. He's still not out yet. Nangong Wulye's eyes widened as he scanned the area. He did not see Chunzong's figure and immediately thought maliciously. He couldn't have been killed by a powerful demon beast, right? At this moment, Zhan Ying, Su Zhantian, and Yi Qianren appeared one after another. They quickly scanned the area and when they did not see Chunzong's figure, their hearts could not help but thump. Chunzong's strength was more tyrannical than the 3 of them combined. His speed was also faster than theirs. Under normal circumstances, he should have made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground earlier than the 3 of them. Could it be that something had happened? Did any of you see Chunzong? The instructor quickly asked the Tianyao Hall Blood Chi disciples who came out. I don't know. I don't know either. I think I saw Chen Zong's figure just now. He was surrounded by a pack of cyan light wolves. A disciple said with uncertainty. Surrounded by a pack of cyan light wolves. The cyan light wolf is a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast. It can't be that bad, right? In the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, there are very few high-rank 2 demonic beasts in group. Humph. So what if you are stronger than me? If you are unlucky, then all your words are for naught. Wang Minghua secretly sneered. Even a group of upper LV2 demonic beasts may not be able to defeat Chen Zong. However, he will probably be eliminated. Qi Fei secretly sneered. The instructor's face changed. In his opinion, although Chen Zong was not weak, if he was surrounded by a group of Class 2 upper-rank demonic beasts, he would die if he was not careful. However, there was nothing he could do. Time slowly passed, and more than 1.5 hours had passed. Just as the Tianyao Hall disciple said, Chen Zong was indeed surrounded by a pack of Class 2 upper-rank demonic beasts, cyan light wolves. As a Class 2 upper-rank demonic beast, the cyan light wolf's individual strength was stronger than an ordinary Qi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist. It could even fight with an elite Qi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist. Of course, even an elite Qi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist was no match for Chen Zong. The problem was that there was more than one cyan light wolf. There were more than 80 of them. If it were any other martial artist who was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm Level 9, they would definitely die. However, Chen Zong's cultivation had exceeded Qi and Blood Realm Level 9. He was the legendary Great Fulfillment. His Qi and blood were pure and flawless. As long as his Qi and blood were not depleted in an instant, he could quickly recover in a short period of time. As long as Chen Zong grasped the rhythm of the battle, he could maintain his peak condition. Under such circumstances, although the encirclement of the cyan light wolves brought about quite a bit of pressure, it could not really hurt Chen Zong. Moreover, the cyan light wolves were very fast. They were not much slower than Chen Zong. If Chen Zong wanted to, he would not have been surrounded by the cyan light wolf. The problem was another cyan light wolf not far away. A normal cyan light wolf was about the size of a water buffalo and was very majestic. However, that cyan light wolf was different. Its body was bigger and stronger. It was at least 1 meter longer and half a meter taller than a normal cyan light wolf. Its strong and majestic body was covered in cyan fur that seemed to emit a faint cyan glow. A terrifying aura that surpassed that of a Class 2 demonic beast rose and fell on its body. A Class 3 demonic beast. This was the king of this pack of cyan light wolves. It was a powerful Class 3 demonic beast. In terms of level, it was equivalent to a human martial artist in the first transition of the Force Refining Realm. However, its strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist in the first transition of the Force Refining Realm. Only an elite martial artist could compete with it. This was not the first time Chen Zong had seen a Class 3 demonic beast. Back in the Qin family's iron mine, the heavy armored bull had appeared. That kind of terrifying aura had made it difficult for Chen Zong to breathe. Now, the aura emitted by this cyan light wolf king was no weaker than that of the heavy armored bull. If it were any other martial artist in the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, they would have stiffened and had difficulty breathing. However, Chen Zong found that other than feeling the enormous pressure, he was able to activate his pure yang blood Qi without holding back. His body would not stiffen and he could still move freely. He also found another advantage of having pure yang blood Qi at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. Could greatly reduce the pressure from the outside world. Even so, Chen Zong could not leave easily. Every time, he would be intercepted by the cyan light wolf king. A Class 3 demonic beast was, after all, very strong. Its speed was also extremely fast. At this time, the Cyan Light Wolf King had not really attacked. It was only relying on its amazing speed to intercept Chen Zong. Die! Chen Zong flicked the forehead of a Cyan Light Wolf with his iron-rending finger. The terrifying power of the finger penetrated directly. At this point, Chen Zong had killed more than 30 Cyan Light Wolves, and there were still more than 50 left. Awoo! Howling to the sky, the Cyan Light Wolf King's eyes became colder and more violent. The 50 Cyan Light Wolves all retreated and formed a circle, as if they were protecting their king. Being stared at by the Cyan Light Wolf King's cold eyes, Chen Zong immediately felt his scalp go numb and out of his control. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong used the 6th level of the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill to mobilize the pure Yang blood qi in his body. His blood qi was vast and mighty, like an endless river. His aura was incomparably vigorous, and naturally emitted a trace of sharpness, like a sharp sword unsheathed. When the 6th level of the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill was activated, it could increase the power of the sword technique by 100%. However, before this, Chen Zong had not drawn his sword, because the opponent's strength was not enough for him to draw his sword. Facing the Cyan Light Wolf King, however, was different. He had no choice but to draw his sword. The sword light was like frost and snow gliding through the air. The air seemed to be rippling with water. Chen Zong's aura also rose steadily, becoming sharper and sharper, like a sword embryo. The tyrannical pure Yang blood qi, the purest Yang blood qi, Chen Zong's entire body was like a huge furnace. He should have been emitting a terrifying aura, but the leakless body completely sealed this aura within his body, not letting any of it leak out. It was just that Chen Zong's body exuded a slight amount of pressure. The Cyan Light Wolf King did not run, but approached step by step. With every step it took, the tyrannical aura on its body became stronger. As it approached step by step, the pressure increased dramatically. So strong, Chen Zong found it increasingly difficult to breathe. That terrifying pressure was brutal, fierce, violent, and cold. It was like a huge wave of cold, wave after wave came crashing down endlessly, hitting his body and his spiritual will, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Too strong, too strong. Chen Zong thought that his cultivation had reached the peak of the blood qi realm level 10. When he used the pure Yang blood qi, he could have an arm strength of 15,000 jin. This was already far beyond any blood qi realm. Even if he could not defeat someone in the qi refining realm, he could at least put up a fight. Now, it seemed that his thoughts were somewhat naive. In the end, there was a huge gap between the blood qi realm and the qi refining realm. It was an insurmountable gap. Blood boil technique. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong used the 3rd stage of the blood boil technique. Not only did it increase his strength by 2,000 jin, it also increased his speed by 30%. Let's go. If this was any other place, perhaps Chen Zong would have tried to battle with this Cyan Light Wolf King to truly test the extent of his strength. However, this was the examination period, and time was limited. If he delayed any longer, he would be eliminated and have no chance of entering the 4 academies, not to mention the results of the battle. Perhaps it could be said that he was only 18 years old and had 2 more chances. However, one could not forget that the next chance would be 3 years later. Perhaps in 3 years, his cultivation could break through to the qi refining realm and surpass the first transition. However, a feeling told him that the benefits of entering the 4 academies would be greater, and his improvement would also be faster. A martial artist's cultivation was a competition against others, against time, and against oneself. Under the condition that it did not affect one's foundation, it was best to be 1 step earlier. It was just like how he had decided to enter the 7 Lights Martial Academy as soon as possible. Fully using the wind stepping steps, he crossed an astonishing distance of 20 meters with a single step. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 120 meters like a phantom. Chunzong was fast, but the Cyan Light Wolf King was even faster. In a flash, it was like a cyan stream of light flashing through the air, directly intercepting Chunzong. Moreover, its extremely sharp claws tore through the air, leaving behind several cyan sharp marks. The terrifying sharpness seemed to be able to tear through everything. It made all the hair on Chunzong's body stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Slash! With a thunderous roar, Chunzong swung his sword and fiercely slashed out. The Cyan Light Wolf King's claw was too fast. It was so fast that Chunzong did not have time to unleash his pure yang qi and blood. He could only slash out like this. The power of this slash was also extraordinary. It contained the strength of 17,000 kilograms of his entire body, and 100% amplification from the 6th stage of the true sword heavenly art. It was as if frost had descended from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the sharp claws and the fake frost sword collided. The tyrannical power exploded and spread out in all directions. The air rippled like water, and the impact was unparalleled. Chunzong retreated continuously. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. His right hand that held the sword was trembling non-stop. He felt as if the webbing between his thumb and forefinger and the muscles of his arm were about to be torn apart. He felt as if his tendons and bones were about to be broken. Chapter 141. I was delayed by something. There will be a second update later. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light as it clawed at Chunzong. It was the Blue Light Wolf King. Extreme Flash Thunder Sword. Without any hesitation, Chunzong stomped his feet, and his power exploded into the ground, forcefully stopping his retreat. Then, he used the power of the sudden stop to push his body forward. 20% of his physical strength and qi and blood power burst out, performing the extreme flash thunder kill sword art. The power of this sword art was several times stronger than the Tittle Realm endless flow. The fake frost sword turned into a flash of lightning and thunder. It was fast, violent, and overbearing. It seemed to tear apart layers of dark clouds and shatter all obstacles. It directly clashed with the Blue Light Wolf King's claws. Boom! Another metal clashing sound was heard. It was the sound of the sword clashing with the wolf's claws. An astonishing aura burst forth, causing the air to ripple like water. It transformed into a gale that blew up the dust on the ground, causing countless sparks to fly. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, Chunzong's body trembled continuously. He couldn't help but retreat, but it was much better than before. Although the Blue Light Wolf King did not back off, its claws were still bounced back. Then, the Blue Light Wolf King opened its mouth and bit at Chunzong's head. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and the smell of blood was coming at him. Chunzong looked up and could only see a big black and red hole coming at him. The edge of the big mouth was full of sharp teeth. Once bitten, his upper body would be torn apart and he would die a horrible death. Shadow Clone. In the face of danger, Chunzong did not have any distracting thoughts. He focused his mind and activated all of his power. He was as active as boiling water, controlling everything around him. Using the Shadow Clone technique, the shadow was directly crushed by the Blue Light Wolf King's big mouth and dissipated like smoke. Chunzong's real body appeared on the side. He stabbed out with his sword like a flash of lightning that tore apart layers of dark clouds. It was like a flash of lightning that shattered the earth. It was powerful, fast, and overbearing. This strike was faster and more powerful than the previous one. It contained 30% of Chunzong's physical strength and 30% of his pure yang blood qi. The fake frost sword was like a bolt of frost lightning, tearing through the air and striking the Green Light Wolf King's body. No qi and blood realm cultivator would be able to defend against such a strike. They wouldn't even be able to react. Although the Green Light Wolf King was strong, it was still a little slower than this sword and was directly killed. The silky smooth fur was cut off, and the sharp tip of the fake frost sword pierced into the tough skin of the blue light wolf king. Chen Zong could feel a great resistance. The pain caused the azure light wolf king to explode out with a terrifying aura, and a wave of energy continuously rippled out. Dust and smoke billowed out as if there was a massive storm. The terrifying sharp claws seemed to ignore the distance between them and directly clawed at Chen Zong. The chilling force made Chen Zong feel numb all over. Split shadow. Once again, he used the doppelganger body technique. It was so lifelike that it could pass off as the real thing. Once again, the illusory image was shattered by the sharp claws. What a terrifying defense! Chen Zong was secretly surprised. The extreme Flash Thunder Slayer sword that was executed with 30% of his physical strength and pure yang blood qi was extremely powerful. However, it only pierced the green light wolf king's skin and caused a slight injury that was almost negligible. The difference was too great. He constantly used his agile footwork to circle around the green light wolf king. As he attacked, he tried his best to recover his physical strength and blood qi. Although the green light wolf king's body was huge, its movements were not slow at all. It was very agile. As it turned, its claws repeatedly clawed at Chen Zong. It tore through the air and posed a fatal threat to him. The pressure caused by this fatal threat constantly battered Chen Zong, and his mind and body had to bear it together. Under such circumstances, everything was highly concentrated. At this moment, one of the green light wolf king's claws tore through the air. Chen Zong could not dodge in time and immediately attacked with his sword. The collision quickly changed. Immediately, the green light wolf king's other claw came from the other side. Then, it opened its sharp mouth and bit at Chen Zong. In an instant, Chen Zong faced attacks from three sides. It was as if he was attacked by three targets at the same time. The huge pressure locked him down and made it difficult for him to dodge. One sword 8 changes. In an instant, the sword technique changed 8 times in a row. As it changed, it circled around his body. Each sword contained a terrifying power, resisting and weakening the green light wolf king's attack as much as possible. However, his arm was still numb from the shock. One sword 9 changes. The azure light wolf king's sharp claw descended, seeming to cover the entire sky. Only that claw, which gave off a cold azure light, was able to tear Chen Zong into countless pieces. Chen Zong's entire body felt cold, and he felt that he would not be able to block it. This was a crisis, a true life and death crisis. If he could not block it, he would die. Chen Zong did not want to die. His mind and will were highly concentrated. The mysterious sword tip in the middle of his forehead seemed to be attracted as it trembled slightly. The silver dragon danced and the silver light shone, making Chen Zong unprecedentedly transparent. Under the pressure brought by this life and death crisis, the previous obstacles were finally overcome. Under the changes of the sword technique, the 9th change was performed smoothly. The 9th change resisted the green light wolf king's claw. Chen Zong staggered back. After all, the power of the green light wolf king's claw was too strong. It was already good to be able to resist it. If he wanted to completely resist it, he would need to be much stronger. However, at the same time, Chen Zong also took the opportunity to divert the force. Although he was shocked, he was not injured. Moreover, after the one sword 9 changes, there was a strange change. Chen Zong felt as if he had broken through some shackles, as if he was about to master something unfathomable. In an instant, he had a deeper understanding and mastery of his own body. The mastery and application of his own power seemed to have risen to a whole new level. The heart is there, the eyes are there, the hands are there. A thought instantly appeared in his mind. All the things that he did not understand in the past suddenly became clear and understood. This was the cultivation of a warrior. If he could not understand it, it would be the same no matter how much time he spent. Of course, it was not a waste of effort. It was accumulation. When he understood it, he would be able to master it in one go. Chunzong had actually comprehended the one sword 9 changes for a long time, but he was stuck at the bottleneck. However, his mastery and application of his own power was very exquisite. It was far better than warriors of the same level. Even many warriors with higher cultivation might not be comparable to him. Mastering the one sword 9 changes did not mean that one could immediately step into the martial path. It still needed time to digest it. It would take at least a few months to truly step into the martial path. Chunzong was different. Now that he was in danger, he had an epiphany. All the accumulation was transformed under the pressure of this life and death crisis. He immediately understood. The heart, the eyes, and the hands are 3 in 1. Sword. Just as he thought about it, his eyes looked over at the same time. The fake frost-flowing sword in his hand also attacked at the same time. It was equivalent to making 3 moves at the same time. The moment he attacked, Chunzong had a very strange feeling. It was as if the sword in his hand had become as light as a feather. It did not float and was completely under his control. The power in his body was also twisted into one. Originally, Chunzong's every attack was very powerful. Now that the speed of the sword had been greatly increased, the power was more condensed, and the power was even more tyrannical. No matter how the blue light wolf king attacked with its claws, Chunzong could resist and counterattack. Although the power of each attack was not as powerful as the blue light wolf king's claws, Chunzong could attack with 2 swords. The power of the 2 swords was enough to counteract the blue light wolf king's claws. I feel that there is still potential for the heart, the eye, and the hand to be explored. Chunzong thought to himself. At this time, he had completely forgotten about the 4 Great Academies exam. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to use the Blue Light Wolf King's powerful strength to train himself and further explore the potential of the heart, the eye, and the hand to be improved. After a long battle, the Blue Light Wolf King was getting stronger and stronger. It was furious. It let out a sharp howl, and all the hair on its body stood up. Its already huge body seemed to have expanded out of nowhere, and the violent aura it emitted was even more intense. Immediately, the light flowed and poured into its claws, causing them to emit an even more intense blue luster. Under the cover, the claws seemed to have turned into blue metal, and the aura they emitted was even colder. In the blink of an eye, the claws grabbed out. The sky was filled with claws, and all of them were aimed at Chunzong. It was as if it wanted to tear Chunzong apart. Demonic Beast Battle Technique. Chunzong's pupils shrank. It was impossible for Level 1 and Level 2 demonic beasts to master demonic beast battle techniques, because their strength mainly came from their physical strength and blood energy. However, for Level 3 demonic beasts, in addition to their physical strength, their blood energy would also change and become an even more powerful force. That was the demonic beast power, which was on the same level as a martial artist's internal force, but more powerful. However, not all Level 3 demonic beasts could master demonic beast battle technique. Especially for Level 3 demonic beasts, there were very few who could master demonic beast battle technique. The Blue Light Wolf King's mastery of demonic beast battle techniques was out of Chunzong's expectation, and its threat had greatly increased. Endless Flow. Without any hesitation, Chunzong performed the Endless Flow sword art, which was at the nuance realm. In terms of power, it might not be as powerful as the Extreme Flash Thunder sword art, but the Extreme Flash Thunder sword art focused on one point of attack, while the Endless Flow was a continuous attack, which was just right to counter the Blue Light Wolf King's demonic beast battle technique. Countless sword lights gushed out like a continuous tide, colliding with the claws again and again. It's even faster now. Chunzong could feel that under the pressure of the Blue Light Wolf King's demonic beast battle technique, the 3-in-1 sword art had improved again. Its speed had obviously increased, which indirectly increased its power. The endless flow sword art was even more powerful now. Extreme Flash Thunder Sword Art. After shattering the claws, Chen Zong's power exploded again. This time, he used 50% of his physical strength and 50% of his pure yang blood energy. The sword disappeared, and so did his arm. All that could be seen was a flash of lightning. A sizzling sound was heard, followed by an explosion. The blue light Wolf King was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the sword. It rolled on the ground, and a bloody hole was opened in its chest. Blood was gushing out, and the green fur around the wound was slightly burnt. Looking at Chen Zong with fear, the blue light Wolf King let out a whine and immediately turned to leave. The other blue light wolves also turned to leave, obviously terrified of Chen Zong. Chapter 142. Second Update. Do any of you still have monthly tickets? How about some? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he really have been killed by a demon beast? Outside the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, the instructors of Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall were extremely worried. Zhang Ying and a few others were the same. There was not much time left. In the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, a figure was extremely fast, as if he was riding the wind. Every step he took was 6 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had taken 3 steps. This was Chen Zong, rushing towards the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground with all his might. Although he had comprehended the 9 transformations one sword and had grasped the heart, eye and hand as one technique, it would still be very depressing if he was eliminated by the 4 great academies because of this. While rushing with all his might, Chen Zong pondered over the triad of martial Tao. When a martial artist makes a move, he must first have a thought. Having a thought is the thought. Then, he must use his eyes to lock onto his target. That is the eye. Finally, he must attack. That is the hand. Thought, eyes, and attack. These are 3 processes. A certain amount of time is needed to connect them. If he is using a rank martial art, then he will need to unleash the power of his qi and blood. This will take a little more time. Although the higher a martial artist's cultivation and strength, the faster their attack speed would be, the shorter the time required to unleash qi and blood or inner strength would be, it was still unavoidable. Previously, Chen Zong's attack speed was very, very fast, surpassing many qi and blood realm martial artists. He could even match an ordinary first transition qi refining realm martial artist. However, he still needed time. Now that he had grasped the triad of martial Tao and grasped the heart, eye and hand as one technique, it was no longer 3-step. Instead, it was a single step. However, Chen Zong knew that because he had grasped the triad of martial Tao, he still needed time to react. However, compared to before, it was much shorter. If he were to use a ratio to calculate, his current attack speed was almost 60% faster than before. 60%. What kind of concept was that? If Chen Zong could unleash 2 strikes in a second before, he could now easily unleash 3 strikes. Not only did the power not decrease, it was even stronger. After all, the power of an attack's power was related not only to its power, but also to its speed. This kind of speed was already faster than many first transition stage martial artists. It was also much faster than the 3rd-grade Green Light Wolf King. It should be noted that the Green Light Wolf King was a wolf-type demonic beast that excelled in speed. Chen Zong also knew that it wasn't accurate to use a scale to calculate, but it was relatively more intuitive and made him more aware of the changes. Especially the feeling of stepping into martial arts after the 9 transformations of one sword. It was a wonderful feeling. The power in his body condensed into one. This feeling made Chen Zong realize that the combination of physical strength and qi and blood in the past was only a superficial combination. It was very rough. Now that he had just stepped into martial arts, the combination of physical strength and qi and blood was a deeper and more efficient combination. With extreme speed, Chen Zong overtook one martial artist after another, flying towards the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. There was not much time left. Outside the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, there was a huge water hourglass. The water at the top of the hourglass was about to run out. This was a 2-hour hourglass. Once it ran out, it meant that 2 hours had passed. Until the last moment, no one could be sure, especially the mentors of Tianyao Hall. So what if the bloodline is better than mine? It's destined that only I will complete the mission. Qi Fei sneered secretly. He actually hoped that Chen Zong would die so that he wouldn't be suppressed. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. It's Chen Zong. He finally appeared. Chen Zong, quick, quick, quick! Su Zhantian and the others were pleasantly surprised as they hurriedly shouted. Chen Zong also heard their voices and smiled slightly. His body was as fast as the wind, but he didn't lose his elegance as he rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit. Not long after, the last drop of water in the hourglass fell. Time was up. No. The martial artists who rushed out from behind immediately cried out in sorrow. It was just a little bit of difference, just a little bit of difference in time, and they had missed the opportunity to enter the 4 great academies. They were unwilling, extremely unwilling. Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost eliminated. That was close. Zhan Ying laughed. Although he wasn't in the top 10, it's good that he passed the elimination round. The mentors also laughed. Lucky bastard. Nangong Wulye was very unhappy. Nangong Honglie's eyes also fell on Chen Zong. He already knew that Nangong Wulye was injured by Chen Zong. Qi Fei, Wang Minghua, and the others' faces turned ugly. However, no matter what, Chen Zong rushed out at the last moment. No matter what happened on the way, he didn't enter the top 10, so no one paid too much attention to him. As for the rumor that he was surrounded by the upper-class 2 demonic beasts, the green light wolves, it was denied. Even people like Nangong Honglai and Qin Shijia would die if they were surrounded by dozens of upper-class 2 demonic beasts. Looking at Chen Zong, he was unharmed. They didn't know that Chen Zong's real cultivation was at the Qi and Blood realm. He had a Qi and Blood flawless body. When he fought with the Green Light Wolf King, he suffered internal injuries, but with the help of the pure Yang Qi and Blood Qi, he recovered quickly. Congratulations to those who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground in the allotted time. You are qualified to become disciples of the 4 great academies. Hearing this, those who made it out in the allotted time all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being recognized and being recognized were 2 different things. As for those who were eliminated, their faces were filled with sadness. Those who are eliminated, if you are not over 24 years old after 3 years, you still have a chance. The doors of the 4 great academies will always be open. Chen Zong already knew that there were more than 600 young martial artists in the assessment this time. Among them, more than 200 were Qi refining realm martial artists, but more than 20 of them were eliminated. It seems that even if you have the ability, it's not a sure thing. You also need to have enough luck, Chen Zong thought to himself. He had a deeper understanding. As for the Qi and Blood realm martial artists, there were more than 400 of them, but only slightly more than 200 of them made it through the elimination round. It was almost a 50-50 chance. Among them, more than 30 died and more than 20 were crippled. This had never happened before. It had to be said that the elimination round this time was very cruel. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel terrified. If he didn't have enough accumulation before, if he didn't make a breakthrough in the nick of time, it was very likely that he would be added to the list of crippled or dead. Practicing martial arts is a cruel path. I will definitely continue to charge through it, Chen Zong said to himself as he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The crowd began to move to the large arena. The top 10 previously referred to the top 10 who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. It had nothing to do with one's ability. After all, being fast didn't mean that one was strong, and there were other factors. However, regardless of whether it was the top 10 in the Chi and Blood realm, they were all rewarded by the City Lord residents. The top 10 in the Blood realm were rewarded with 200,000 white jade coins, which was not a small amount. As for the Chi realm, they were rewarded with 1 million white jade coins, which was also not a small amount. No matter when, money was always a necessity. What came next was the highlight of the show. The top 10 in the Chi realm and Blood realm were not hosted by the City Lord residents, but by the 4 great academies. The Chi realm had their own arenas, and the Blood realm had their own arenas. Both arenas were held separately. Now, may the top 10 who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground enter the arena. The person hosting the arenas was someone from the 4 great academies. He didn't look like a deacon elder, but because he was very young, he should be a disciple of the 4 great academies. However, each of them exuded a strong aura, which made the crowd look forward to the 4 great academies even more. On the Qi realm side, Nangong Tianzi, Lin Tianyu, Fang Jinlong, Dongfang Leichao, and the rest of the 10 leaped up one after another and landed on the arena with different postures. On the Blood realm side, Qin Shijiao was lifted up by a gentle breeze and landed on the arena naturally. What a brilliant movement technique! Chenzong thought to himself. Not only did Qin Shijiao cultivate his movement technique to the minute subtlety realm, but he also integrated his own understanding into it. His comprehension ability was indeed outstanding. Yun Feng's figure was fleeting. When he leaped up, he was like a white cloud that swept across the arena and landed on the arena. Nangong Honglai was very direct. He jumped up directly. With a bang, the entire arena seemed to shake. His momentum was vigorous. One after another, the Blood realm martial artists appeared on the arena. There were a total of 10 of them, and each of them had their own style. No matter what, to be able to make it to the top 10 in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, they more or less had outstanding abilities. There are actually 2 rewards for the top 10. The first one is the white jade coin given out by the City Lord's mansion. The other reward is the default top 10 of the second stage. As the voice of a disciple from the 4 great palaces fell, everyone's expression changed greatly. If they knew that there was such a reward, they would have fought for it with all their might. Now they had lost their chance. Chen Zong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. There should still be a chance. If you feel that you have enough strength, you can challenge the default top 10. If you defeat your opponent, you will be able to enter the top 10. The disciple from the 4 great academies continued. Hearing this, the crowd saw hope. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the 10 people on the arena. The 10 people had different expressions, but none of them were afraid. Before we begin, I would like to explain the composition of the disciples of the 4 great academies. The disciples of the 4 great academies are divided into 3 levels: preparatory disciples, official disciples, and guardian disciples. Although you can enter the 4 great academies, you can only be a preparatory disciple. You have to break through to the Qi refining realm within a year and pass the test to become an official disciple. And the top 10 in the competition can skip the preparatory disciple status and become an official disciple directly. Official disciple! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Although they didn't know how big the difference was, the difference between a preparatory disciple and an official disciple was obvious. It was quite attractive. For preparatory disciples, the academies only provide accommodation and don't allow them to enjoy any resources. On the other hand, official disciples can truly enjoy the resources provided by the academies. The 4 great academies were undoubtedly very powerful. The resources provided were probably not bad. Everyone was tempted. Chapter 143. In fact, there was no clear distinction between the top 10. Regardless of whether one was first or 10th, the treatment was the same. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. No one is allowed to challenge the same person twice or more in a row. The disciples of the 4 academies explained the rules. This rule was to prevent one person from challenging the same person multiple times, which would be a waste of time. They were also worried that it would be unfair to challenge the same person continuously. Now the challenge begins. Who wants to go first? Me. Immediately, someone shouted, I want to challenge him. The person pointed at Yunfeng. Yunfeng smiled and jumped into the arena. The battle immediately started. The challenger's legs flew up and kicked out continuously. It was like a pair of scissors that kept opening and closing. Yunfeng's footsteps seemed to be messy, but there was a pattern to them. Under the green and white martial attire, his whole body was like a cloud. He calmly dodged the opponent's leg attacks and appeared on the other side. Then, he gently threw out a palm. That palm was like a floating cloud, but it was impossible to dodge. It directly hit the opponent's chest and sent him flying. The failure of the challenge did not dampen the other people's enthusiasm. After all, if one could enter the top 10, they would be able to become an official disciple of the 4 academies and enjoy the treatment that only official disciples had. It was equivalent to surpassing other Qi and Blood Realm disciples. Moreover, this was the ultimate martial main city. Everyone wanted to show off and become the center of attention in front of everyone. The second challenger was Nangong Honglai. He seemed to be very confident in his own strength. However, Nangong Honglai did not dodge. He directly struck out with his palm. This palm was different from Yunfeng's floating palm technique. It was slowly struck out and directly compressed the air in front of it, forming a terrifying palm pressure. His opponent immediately felt that there was nowhere to dodge this palm and could only take it head-on. However, there was an absolute difference in strength, so he was directly sent flying and vomited blood. So powerful! Chen Zong was secretly surprised. With just one palm, one could more or less see Nangong Honglia's ability. Not only was he born with extraordinary strength, but he also had a high degree of control over his own strength. For a martial artist, it was not scary to be powerful, because there were some powerful forces that could not be controlled freely. They could only use a small part of it and waste most of it. The truly scary ones were those martial artists who had a high degree of control over their own strength. They could use most of their strength, or even 100% of it, or even more than 100% of it. Nangong Honglai was born with divine strength and tyrannical physique. In terms of strength, he could suppress many martial artists of the same level. Moreover, his control over his own strength had reached at least 90%. The strength he could display was naturally very strong. Qin Shijiao was also challenged. He, who was known for his superior comprehension, easily defeated the challenger with a single finger. He was as calm as the wind and clouds, calm and unruffled. The challenges continued, and finally, a martial artist in the top 10 was defeated. The person who defeated him was one of the 2 Qi and Blood Realm martial artists from the Iron Finger sect. His Iron Finger technique was very powerful and could pierce through rocks and steel. It was very terrifying. The battle between the Force Refining Realm cultivators was also very intense. There was no doubt about Nangong Tianzi's strength. He easily defeated his challengers. As for Lin Tianyu, whose background was unknown, his strength was also extraordinary. As soon as his sword was drawn, his opponent was defeated without even knowing how. There was also Fang Jinlong, Dongfang Leichao, and the others. Their strength was also not to be underestimated. They were completely superior to ordinary Force Refining Realm martial artists who had gone through the first transition. However, their strength did not mean that the others were strong as well. In the challenges, 2 of them were replaced. In the Qi and Blood Realm, after a few rounds of challenges, Qin Shijia, Nangong Honglai, and Yunfeng had not been defeated. They were still in the top 10. In addition, there was a female martial artist called Shui Yao. She practiced dual blades. When she used them, they were like dancing butterflies, beautiful and dangerous. The other 6 had been replaced more than once. Chen Zong had not made a move yet, so he was not in a hurry. After a few more rounds of challenges, there were not many left who had not challenged. Even Shui Yao had been defeated. Only Qin Shijiao, Nangong Honglai, and Yun Feng's positions were not shaken. Every time they could easily defeat the challengers. They did not consume much energy at all. Even if they did, they could quickly recover, and it would not affect their next challenge. As the challenges went on, they were not as enthusiastic as before. Compared to those who had not challenged, they were either observing or were not confident in their own strength. When they saw that the people in front of them were so strong, they felt that they had no hope. After thinking about it, they did not want to embarrass themselves. Chernzong, are you not going to challenge? Zhang Ning asked. He had challenged just now but was defeated. Su Zhantian and Yi Qianren had also challenged and were defeated. The other people from Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall had also challenged, but most of them were defeated. Qi Fei was the same. Speaking of which, Qi Fei had the ability to enter the top 10. However, he had to hide some of his strength. Otherwise, if he used all of his strength, it would be very disadvantageous if someone noticed something. It seemed that only Chernzong had the hope of entering the top 10. Regarding this, the instructors were also very concerned. After all, entering the top 10 was not only beneficial to oneself, but it would also greatly enhance the reputation of Seven Lights Martial Institution. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? If not, the top 10 is decided. A disciple of the 4 academies said. Me. Chernzong spoke. I challenge him. He casually pointed at one of them. It was the other Blood Qi disciple of Iron Finger Clan. Come up. The Iron Finger Clan disciple was the first to jump onto the arena. His straight and rough finger pointed at Chernzong. It was powerful and resonant. You must defeat him and enter the top 10. The instructor secretly said. Chernzong had surprised him time and time again. Although he did not do so during the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, he hoped that there would be another surprise this time. Since you defeated Ah Wu, let me see how strong you are. Nangong Honglai secretly said. Qin Shijiao also showed a trace of interest. Chernzong calmly walked to the bottom of the arena and jumped up. He landed lightly on the arena and walked towards his opponent step by step. Iron Finger Art. His opponent let out a low growl and took a step forward as if he was shooting an arrow. Immediately after, he raised his right hand and put his index and middle fingers together. They were as straight as steel and pierced through the air with unstoppable force towards Chernzong. This finger was one of the moves of the Iron Finger skill, a superior grade mortal realm martial art. It was so powerful that it could easily pierce through rocks and even steel. His opponent had used this move once and for all to intimidate others so that they would not dare to challenge him again. This is dangerous. The Iron Finger Clan disciple's strength was obvious. When he used the Iron Finger art, he was even more powerful. How is his sword art? Qin Shijia thought to himself. Everyone thought that Chernzong would have to use his sword. However, Chernzong did not have any intention to use his sword. Instead, he hung the long sword on his waist and flicked his left hand. His middle finger and thumb interlocked and flicked towards his opponent's Iron Finger art. With a bang, Chernzong's finger seemed to tremble and retract. His opponent's Iron Finger art was directly defeated. His 2 fingers were bent and the powerful force made him retreat. Impossible! How is this possible? Almost everyone was dumbfounded. As everyone knew, the Iron Finger Clan was best at finger arts, especially the Iron Finger art. It was extremely famous, and there were very few finger arts that could be compared to it. The finger techniques used by the disciples of the Iron Finger sect were extremely powerful. Apart from having an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength, it was unrealistic to use finger techniques to fight them head-on. Now, someone had done it, and it was a cultivator with a sword. So the truth is that he specializes in finger arts, and the sword is just a trick? Some people could not help but guess. They did not know that Chen Zong's iron-cracking finger had reached the tittle realm. Moreover, he was even better at using his own strength than his opponent. With the same amount of strength, it was natural that he would be more powerful. It should be known that Chen Zong did not use the heart, eye, hand and 3 combination to launch this attack. What a brilliant use of strength! Qin Shijia and Nangong Honglai saw it clearly. After all, they were better than many warriors at the same level in this aspect. Impossible! The Iron Finger clan disciple was shocked. He was the one who felt it the most. That kind of finger power that could shatter steel was actually better than his Iron Finger art. He did not believe it, so he used his Iron Finger art again. This time, his attack was faster and fiercer. His 2 fingers crossed slightly, and the power was even more powerful. Chen Zong's expression was calm. He still used his iron-cracking finger. No matter how his opponent's iron finger changed, it still could not escape, and they collided again. With a bang, his opponent's finger retracted again, and bent slightly. Chen Zong took a step forward, and lightly flicked his finger. It did not seem fast, but it gave the feeling that it was impossible to dodge, and directly hit his opponent's chest. The Iron Finger clan disciple lost, and Chen Zong won. He was ranked in the top 10, and immediately gave people a mysterious feeling. After all, he had a long sword at his waist. No matter how you looked at it, he was a sword warrior. Very few people who did not practice swords would deliberately carry a sword for some unknown reason. Then, if his opponent was a sword warrior, and his finger arts were so powerful, wouldn't it mean that his sword arts were even more terrifying? Or could it be that he was just a weirdo trying to please the crowd, and just like what others had guessed, he carried a sword just to confuse his opponent? What was the truth? Ah Wu, come and challenge me, Nangong Honglai said to Nangong Wulye, who was standing beside him. Brother, I'm not your opponent, Nangong Wulye immediately said. He was injured by Chen Zong, and although he had taken a pill, it had not been long since his injury had healed. Thus, he had not challenged anyone yet. I know, I will admit defeat, Nangong Honglai said. You plan to let me enter the top 10, and then you will challenge others? Nangong Wulye was not stupid, and his eyes immediately lit up. Nangong Honglai nodded, and his gaze swept towards Chen Zong. Nangong Wulye immediately understood. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The disciples of the 4 academies glanced at Chen Zong, and asked again. Me. Nangong Wulye immediately said. Nangong Wulye directly challenged Nangong Honglai. I admit defeat. Nangong Honglai did not even fight, and directly admitted defeat. I want to challenge. As expected, Nangong Honglai directly challenged Chen Zong. Shameless! Despicable! Zhan Ying and the others were furious. They were not stupid, and immediately realized that Nangong Honglai was targeting Chen Zong. He was deliberately using this method to challenge Chen Zong. Chapter 144. No matter how others looked at him, Nangong Honglie's expression didn't change at all. This was a terrifying willpower. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't be influenced by others unless he was proven wrong. This kind of person would either walk all the way to the dark side or have extraordinary achievement. Being able to injure Wu Lai proves that you're quite strong. I hope you can last a few more moves against me. Nangong Honglai jumped and landed on the arena like a heavy rock. However, he didn't make any sound and was as light as a feather. This strong contrast made people feel uncomfortable. You're saying the opposite. Chen Zong smiled. Then let's see. Nangong Honglia's expression turned cold. His eyes shone with an overbearing light. He took a step forward and stomped heavily on the arena. With a bang, the entire arena seemed to shake. With a boom, Nangong Honglai crashed into Chernzong like a war chariot. He gathered his power and pushed forward the moment he got close to Chernzong. It had an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The terrifying pressure was like a surging wave. Of the 4 major academies, my target is the Real Sword Academy. However, if I don't show enough potential, the Real Sword Academy might not accept me. Chernzong's mind spun quickly, and he decided to attack. If there were no accidents, this battle with Nangong Honglai would probably be his last battle here. He had to show off his sword skills and let the people of the True Sword Academy take a look at him. With a thought, he unsheathed the fake frost sword. A frosty sword light filled the air like autumn water, bringing with it a chill. He's using his sword. Is he really a sword warrior? Everyone's eyes widened. The disciples of the 4 great academies also looked at the battle with interest. Especially the disciples of the Real Sword Academy, they paid more attention to it. In fact, the battle for the top 10 seemed to be a chance to become an official disciple on the surface. However, it was secretly to observe who was stronger and who had better potential. Relatively speaking, the 4 great academies valued potential more. After all, strength was only temporary. With enough potential, it would be easier to improve. When Chernzong pulled out his sword, Qin Shijia and the others became even more attentive. Nangong Honglai only felt a snow-like brilliance flash before his eyes, and a chill suddenly assaulted him. The sharpness of the sword cut through his palm, and a sword slashed towards him. Break! Nangong Honglai bellowed. His palm instantly clenched into a fist. His fist glowed with a metallic luster as it fiercely smashed towards the sword light at an even faster speed. He wanted to smash the sword light and crush Chernzong. As the sword slashed down, the sword light converged, seeming to be even more ferocious. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, as if there were ripples sweeping through the surrounding air. The sword was bounced back and the fist was knocked back. But in the blink of an eye, the sword was chopped down again, and the fist was punched out again. Once again, they collided. 3 times in a row, the tyrannical power continued to surge, and both sides were forced to take a few steps back. So strong! To be able to borrow the force of the recoil to attack again, his control over his own strength is indeed astonishing. At first glance, his sword art is indeed not bad. The disciples of the True Sword Academy nodded to themselves. Having fought Nangong Honglai personally, Chernzong could clearly sense that Nangong Honglai had not used his full strength earlier. At the same time, Nangong Honglai could also feel that Chernzong's control of his strength was not inferior to his own. In fact, Chernzong was even better than him. Nangong Honglai roared and his aura fluctuated. He stopped his retreat and immediately rushed forward. He slapped out with his palm, while his other hand formed a fist and smashed towards Chernzong. Then, he stepped towards Chernzong's left foot, forming a 3-pronged attack, showing off his superb fighting skills. Chernzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. In an instant, the 3 forms of the sword collided with Nangong Honglia's fist, palm, and leg, blocking all of them. Chernzong's 4th sword counterattacked, stabbing towards Nangong Honglia's face. It was so fast that Nangong Honglia's expression changed drastically, and his pupils shrank. This was under the condition that Chernzong did not use the mind, eye and hand triple combo. Although Nangong Honglai was strong, there was still a large gap between him and the Blue Light Wolf King. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much of his strength, Chernzong would have defeated him with one strike. In order to survive in this world, it was necessary to keep some of your strength hidden. Only then would you not be seen through and deliberately targeted by hidden enemies. On the path of a martial artist, the further one walked, the more they understood the need to hide some of their strength and technique. Being too high profile would only lead to self-destruction. In this world, there was no one who was truly invincible. Once someone knew all of your techniques, there would always be a way to counter them. Moreover, Chunzong did not want to reveal that he was at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. This was a realm that was considered a legend. Once it was revealed, what kind of uproar would it cause? Chunzong did not know, but everything had its pros and cons. Before he had enough strength to withstand it, keeping a low profile was the best choice. He controlled his strength at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm and used his own techniques to fight with Nangong Honglai. This technique was the application of strength and the mastery of the sword. Chunzong did his best to exploit every bit of it. As they fought, they constantly clashed. On the other hand, Nangong Honglia's Qi and Blood were like rainbows. His skin was suffused with a red glow like a thin layer of metal film. This was especially obvious on his fists. Nangong Honglai was born with superhuman strength and cultivated a special cultivation method. When he channeled it, his skin became extremely tough, as if it was coated with a layer of metal. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to harm him. Especially when his Qi and Blood were channeled at full force, his fists could even collide with Chunzong's fake frost-flowing sword. His Qi and Blood were like rainbows, and his body was like a tiger or bear. He was extremely violent and unstoppable. Nangong Honglai unleashed his full strength. He was like a human-shaped monster beast. Every strike of his was extremely terrifying, capable of causing turbulence. The many Qi and Blood realm martial artists below were all aghast. Those who had fought with Nangong Honglai before were even more terrified. Fortunately, Nangong Honglai did not use his true strength when dealing with them. Otherwise, their bodies would have been torn apart with a single strike. What made them even more shocked was that Chunzong, who had always kept a low profile, was actually able to fight Nangong Honglai, who was like a monster in human form. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Once these two people break through to the Qi training realm, they will definitely be the cream of the crop, the disciples of the four academies said to themselves. Just like the Qi and Blood realm, there were differences in strength between Qi and Blood realm martial artists of the same level. For example, if they were both in the first transition of the Qi training realm, the stronger one might be able to defeat the weaker one within 3 moves. The more they fought, the uglier Nangong Honglia's expression became. He discovered that no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to suppress Chunzong. Chunzong was extremely tenacious and skillful. With a sword in hand, he was able to block and dodge all of Chunzong's attacks. On the other hand, Nangong Honglai had to use all of his strength to deal with each counterattack. Blood-boiling technique. Nangong Honglai once again unleashed the 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique. His strength instantly increased by 2,000 pounds, and his entire body seemed to be covered by a thin layer of red light. The 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique not only increased Nangong Honglia's strength, but also increased his speed by 30%. Not only did his movement speed increase, but his attack speed also increased. The power of each of his attacks increased by a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Every palm, punch, and kick let out a shocking sound. Chunzong's expression was grave. The 3rd layer of the blood-boiling technique had caused Nangong Honglia's strength to increase by a lot. In this state, Nangong Honglai would even be able to contend against an ordinary first transition martial artist. Flood Fist. Nangong Honglai once again punched out. This time, both of his fists were like a surging flood. Surging current. Endless current. Chunzong struck out with his sword. With 2 consecutive moves, he directly shattered the flood of fists and counterattacked. The endless stream of sword light seemed to be endless. Nangong Honglai was enraged. He continuously punched out with both of his fists before he was able to barely defend against the attack. However, before he could recover, Chen Zong once again struck out with his sword. This sword strike was extremely powerful, as if it could split apart a hard mountain rock. It directly landed on Nangong Honglie's chest and split open the golden silk inner armor. This tyrannical strike caused Nangong Honglie to fly backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. His blood and chi were in chaos, and his berserk aura, which was like that of a human-shaped demonic beast, rapidly decreased. "You're not my match," Chen Zong calmly said as he pointed his sword at Nangong Honglie. Nangong Honglie's face alternated between green and white. He glared angrily at Chen Zong, as if he wanted to tear him apart. However, he knew that in his current state, he could only use 30% of his strength at most. If he wasn't Chen Zong's match even with his full strength, how could he fight him with 30% of his strength? He had lost. Nangong Honglie was extremely unwilling, especially when he thought about how he had given up a place in the top 10 to defeat Chen Zong, only to be defeated instead. His strength had greatly decreased, and it wouldn't be easy for him to challenge the others in the top 10. After all, he wasn't a match for Chen Zong, Qin Shijia, and Yun Feng in the top 10. The others weren't weak either. It was hard to say who would win if they fought. The only thing he could be sure of was that his injuries would worsen. As for his younger brother, Nangong Wulye's place, he had already given it up. The other members of the Nangong family also had ugly expressions. They looked at Chen Zong with eyes full of killing intent. If they weren't here, they would definitely attack and kill Chen Zong. Unfortunately, the disciples of the 4 great academies were here. If they attacked, the consequences would be severe. He's so strong. Qin Shijia's pupils shrank for the first time, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. His comprehension ability was outstanding, but he might not be able to defeat Nangong Honglie in a fight. Not only did Chen Zong defeat Nangong Honglie, but he also came out unscathed. As for Yun Feng, who didn't think highly of Chen Zong, he was dumbfounded. He was weaker than Nangong Honglie. Fortunately, Chen Zong didn't challenge him, or else, thinking of this, Yun Feng couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 145. The top 10 in the energy training realm were Nangong Tianzi, Lin Tianyu, Fang Jinlong, Dongfang Leichao, and so on. The top 10 in the Qi and Blood realm were Qin Shijia, Yun Feng, Chen Zong, Nangong Wulye, and so on. The top 10 had never fought before, so it was hard to say who was stronger. However, there was no doubt that they were the strongest. Congratulations on becoming an official disciple of the 4 great academies. Now choose the academy that you wish to enter. The 4 great academies were a collective name. There were a total of 4 academies: Tianwu Academy, Giant Blade Academy, Fiery Blood Academy, and True Sword Academy. The foundations and strength of the 4 academies were similar, but they were all different. Tianwu Academy focused on fist, palm, leg, finger, and other martial arts. They focused on the refinement and mastery of martial arts. On the other hand, the Giant Blade Academy focused on all kinds of weapons. Although they also taught fist and leg martial arts, there was still a gap between them and the Tianwu Academy. Of course, when it came to weapons, the Tianwu Academy was inferior to the Giant Blade Academy. Fiery Blood Academy focused on fist and leg martial arts as well as weapon martial art. However, they focused more on actual combat. Every disciple of Fiery Blood Academy was good at fighting and killing, whether it was group attacks or single combat. Perhaps they were not as rich in martial arts as Tianwu Academy and Giant Blade Academy, but in terms of survivability, they were number 1. True Sword Academy focused on pure martial art. Other than swords, there were no other weapons. There were also very few fist and leg martial arts. Even if there were, they were only auxiliary. It could be said that the 4 great academies each had their own specialties. Nothing in the world was perfect. There would always be something that surpassed others, but there would also be something that was lacking. Good or bad could only be chosen based on one's own situation. One could maximize one's strength and hide one's weakness. Fighters who passed the elimination round had the right to enter the 4 great academies. Of course, the 4 great academies also had the right to choose whether or not to accept them. However, under normal circumstances, the 4 great academies would not reject them. Everyone already knew which academy they would enter. They quickly made their choice and registered. In the end, only the top 10 were left. The top 10 represented both strength and potential. Naturally, they were more popular. Qin Shijia, your comprehension ability is outstanding. The Tianwu Academy is the most suitable place for you. Here, your ability can be maximized, a Tianwu Academy disciple said. The Tianwu Academy was known to be the academy with the greatest variety of fist and leg technique. It was indeed very suitable for Qin Shijia. Our Giant Blade Academia also has quite a few fist and leg technique. They are very exquisite and suitable for you, said a Giant Blade Academia disciple. Only through life and death situations can a true expert emerge. Qin Shijia, the Fiery Blood Academy is your best choice. The disciples of the Ferocious Blood Academy also wanted to fight for Qin Shijia. Only the disciples of the True Sword Academy remained silent. The True Sword Academy focused on the sword, and since Qin Shijia did not practice the sword, it would be difficult for him to switch to the sword. I choose the Tianwu Academy, Qin Shijia replied with a slight smile. Good, a wise choice. The disciples of the Tianwu Academy laughed. Although the people of the Giant Blade Academy and the Blazing Blood Academy were unhappy, they didn't do anything. This was a very normal thing. If they had to bear grudges over this, they would be living a very tiring life. Yunfeng, your movement technique is not bad, and your combat ability is not bad either. You are suitable to join the Fiery Blood Academy. The people from the Fiery Blood Academy stared at Yunfeng. Wrong, I think Yunfeng is more suitable to join the Tianwu Academy. The people from the Tianwu Academy spoke again. Yunfeng's choice of the Tianwu Academy made the people of the Tianwu Academy very happy. Next up was Chunzong. Chunzong, your attainments in sword techniques are very high. In the Qi and Blood realm, it would be difficult to find many people who can compare to you. Our Tianwu Academy is the most abundant in martial arts, and we also have many sword technique. Come, the Tianwu Academy disciple said. I can see that your sword techniques focus on actual combat. The Fiery Blood Academy is your best choice. The Giant Blade Academy specializes in all kinds of weapons. Come here and spar with martial artists who specialize in different weapons. Your sword techniques will definitely improve greatly. The True Sword Academy only has the sword. The True Sword Academy disciples' words were concise and straight to the point. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have already made my decision. Chunzong bowed to express his gratitude. I like the sword, and the True Sword Academy is my choice. Since Chunzong had already made his choice, no one else came to fight for him. Soon, the top 10 were divided up and entered different academies. There were not many people who entered the True Sword Academy, only one. The Tianwu Academy had 4, the Giant Blade Academy had 3, and the Fiery Blood Academy had 2. Nangong Honglai, although you are not in the top 10, your strength and potential are very high. Are you willing to join the Fiery Blood Academy and become an official disciple? The Fiery Blood Academy disciple suddenly looked at Nangong Honglai and directly invited him. Isn't it unkind of you to do this? The Tianwu Academy disciple immediately objected. Since Nangong Honglai had chosen the Tianwu Academy, he was undoubtedly a martial artist with a lot of potential. Hee, you can also give Nangong Honglai the status of an official disciple. The Fiery Blood Academy disciple laughed. Nangong Honglai was moved and looked at the Tianwu Academy disciple. However, the Tianwu Academy disciple did not say anything and allowed Nangong Honglai to choose. "All right, I will join the Fiery Blood Academy," Nangong Honglai replied. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chen Zong. Now, the starting point was the same. Next time, he would definitely defeat Chen Zong. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through to the Qi refining realm soon and become an official disciple, if he was a step earlier, he might be able to shorten the time needed to break through to the Qi refining realm. All right, the list has been confirmed. You all have half a month to prepare. In half a month, gather at the ultimate martial main city on time. If you miss it, there will be no more waiting. The 4 great academies disciples said. The 4 great academies were located in different parts of the eastern continent. They did not belong to any of the martial cities, and were some distance away from the ultimate martial main city. If they had to rush over by themselves, not only would it be a long journey, they would also encounter all kinds of dangers along the way. The possibility of death was very high. Half a month. Chen Zong's mind spun and he quickly came up with a clear plan. Speaking of which, half a month was actually not a long time. He had to first return to the 7 Lights Martial Academy, then return to the Martial Wind City. Then, he would enter the stone room on the mountain wall of Mount Fulong and take out the martial arts and beast skin scroll left behind by the dragon subduing master and bring it with him. After all, once he went to the True Sword Academy, he did not know when he would return. If he brought it with him, he could go to the true martial main city and look for the Su family when he had the chance. Perhaps he might even run into a Su family disciple in the True Sword Academy. In short, since he had been entrusted with this task, he had to complete it. The sooner he completed it, the sooner he could fulfill a wish and save himself from thinking about it all the time. This time, out of the 30-something disciples of the 7 Lights Martial Academy, 9 were at the Qi refining realm. Only one of them was unlucky and was eliminated. The other 8 were able to enter the 4 great academies. Among them, Gu Xiaolin entered the True Sword Academy. As for the 20-something disciples of the Qi refining realm, 13 of them were eliminated. Most of them were this year's disciples, but there were also 3 disciples from the previous year. The disciples of this year's batch were still fine as they still had another chance, but the 3 disciples from the previous year had no chance at all. The disciples who were accepted were naturally full of smiles. On the contrary, the disciples who were eliminated looked gloomy and even dejected. After hurrying back to the 7 Lights Martial Academy, Chen Zong immediately bid farewell and left the 7 Lights Martial Academy. As soon as he entered the galloping horse plane, Chen Zong immediately executed Ride the Wind and Water Tread. Like a gust of wind, he blew across the galloping horse plain and swiftly headed towards the rapid river. The rapid river was flowing rapidly, but Chen Zong did not need to wait. He immediately executed Ride the Wind and Water Tread. His feet constantly tapped on the surface of the river, and only the tips of his feet were wet. After crossing the rapid river, his strength was still intact. He went straight to Black Fengshan, easily crossed it, passed through the mangrove forest, and arrived at Wind Martial City. As such, not even a day had passed. I'll enter Mount Fulong first and find the stone room on the mountain wall, Chen Zong thought to himself. He directly passed through Wind Martial City and headed towards Mount Fulong. His speed was extremely fast, and he was not discovered. Previously, he got lost in the mountain. Later on, he was lucky enough to find the path down the mountain. This time, Chen Zong wanted to follow the path up the mountain. This way, it would be easier for him to find the stone room on the mountain wall. You've entered the mountain. Very well, I'll let you die in the mountain. Your corpse will be eaten by the demon beasts and completely disappear from this world. 2 figures were tailing Chen Zong from afar. Because they were very far away, Chen Zong did not notice them. Seeing Chen Zong enter Mount Fulong, The two of them revealed joyful expressions. They had followed him all the way from ultimate martial city. Their goal was to eliminate Chen Zong. But before that, it was very difficult for them to make a move. They were worried that they would be discovered. If someone knew that they had killed an official disciple of the True Sword Academy, the consequences would be very severe. Of course, if no one knew, or if there was no obvious evidence, they would not do anything. Chen Zong's speed was very fast. After entering Mount Fulong, he climbed all the way up. Under the wind and water, his speed was not reduced at all. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. The mysteries of this secret movement technique were fully displayed. Compared to the last time he went down the mountain, Chen Zong's speed was undoubtedly much faster this time. Moreover, his abilities were not comparable to the last time. Now, even if he encountered a low-class LV3 demon beast, he could still fight it. Even if he encountered a mid-class LV3 demon beast, he could still escape with his life. As for an upper-class LV3 demon beast, Chen Zong was not sure. But fortunately, there were not many LV3 demons in this part of Mount Fulong. Most of them were low-class LV3 demons. If he really encountered an upper-class LV3 demon beast, he could only say that his luck could not be any worse. Up, up, up. Relying on his clear memory, Chen Zong did not make any mistake. Die! Suddenly, a leopard jumped out from the side and clawed at him. Chen Zong waved his hand casually. As if he was swatting a fly, the mid-class LV2 demon beast was sent flying and died instantly. Along the way, any demon beast with poor eyesight that tried to eat Chen Zong was killed with a wave of his hand. Chen Zong did not pay attention to their corpses. They were no longer worthy of his attention. Finally, Chen Zong saw a familiar cliff. Once, he had practiced his sword here for a period of time. It was here that he had comprehended his first secret sword technique, the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. Now that he thought about it, even though it had not been long, Chen Zong still missed it. Who is it? Chen Zong suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Chapter 146. Two masked men in black appeared and separated to the left and right, blocking Chen Zong's escape. The other three sides were the mountain wall and the sea of clouds. Chen Zong's pupils contracted. He had not noticed these two men following him all the way here. It was only when they got close that he sensed them. It was not that he was not vigilant enough. In fact, his perception surpassed all martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm. It was comparable to a martial artist in the Qi refining realm. However, there was a limit to distance. These two men were far enough away from him and had deliberately hidden themselves. It was not surprising that he had been fooled. Faintly, with his extraordinary perception, Chen Zong felt that these two men were martial artists in the Qi refining realm. One of them should be in the first transition of the Qi refining realm, while the other seemed to be stronger. However, compared to the Green Ape envoy, there was a clear gap. Bai Yushan, I know it's you. Chen Zong stared at the masked man on the left and said slowly. The other man's eyes flashed with surprise. Then you can die in peace. The other man did not directly admit it, but this sentence was equivalent to admitting Chen Zong's words. It could also be a bait. However, Chen Zong recognized Bai Yushan's voice and eyes. He was 90% sure that this man was Bai Yushan. Then, the other man should be the martial artist in the Qi refining realm from the Bai family. The other man was actually the martial artist from the Bai family who had come to kill Chen Zong before. However, Chen Zong was not aware of the situation and was injured by Elder Wei of the family hall. This time, the operation was even more secretive. One of them, Bai Yushan, is in the first transition of the Qi refining realm. The other man should be in the second transition of the Qi refining realm. With my strength, can I fight them? Chen Zong thought to himself. However, because he had not made a move yet, He could not be sure whether the other man was in the second or third transition of the Qi refining realm. The difference in strength between the two realms was still very obvious. He is definitely not in the third transition of the Qi refining realm. Even if I fight him, I might be able to escape. Chenzong thought to himself. This was confidence, a kind of courage and confidence that came with having enough strength. A martial artist must have confidence, especially a martial artist who practiced the sword. Chenzong, are you going to surrender? Bai Yushan's voice was filled with coldness and hatred. When he thought about how he was pulled down from the position of Brilliant Sword Hall's chief disciple and how he had to leave the Seven Lights Martial Academy in humiliation, he felt as if his heart was being gnawed by a demon beast. He was filled with hatred towards Chenzong, and when he thought about how his cousin, Bai Yugong, was heavily injured because of this, not only was he eliminated by the 4 great academies, but also had to recuperate for a few months due to his injuries, he felt even more hatred. If you want to kill me, then show me your full strength. Chenzong was not afraid at all. So what if he was at the 3rd cycle of training state? Don't move. Don't let him escape. Bai Yushan said to the Force Refining Realm martial artist beside him. He walked towards Chenzong step by step, his footsteps getting faster and faster. The hatred in his heart was like a burning flame. As he approached, his inner strength began to circulate. A powerful force began to fill his entire body, causing his body to become light as if he could fly with just a mountain breeze. Following that, a powerful aura began to spread out. Although I've just broken through to the Force Refining Realm and haven't had the time to properly practice an Earth rank technique, it's enough to kill you. Bai Yushan thought to himself. He had only broken through to the Force Refining Realm a day before the 4 Great Academies examination began. Strictly speaking, his inner strength was still in a primitive state. Only by cultivating an Earth rank technique and refining his inner strength once could he be considered to have completely stepped into the Force Refining Realm. However, that was only for true Force Refining Realm martial artists. The current Bai Yushan was in the Force Refining Realm to Qi and Blood Realm martial artists because he possessed inner strength and could use it. Even if it was just a primitive inner strength, it still had a terrifying power that far surpassed Qi and Blood Force. Sensing the aura emanating from Bai Yushan's body, Chenzong knew that Bai Yushan was indeed a Force Refining Realm martial artist. However, according to his understanding, Bai Yushan should be at the lowest level among Force Refining Realm martial artists. Even the Green Light Wolf King couldn't do anything to me, let alone you, Chenzong thought to himself as he stared at the approaching Bai Yushan. Compared to the Green Light Wolf King, Bai Yushan was nothing. One strike. I want to kill Bai Yushan with one strike and then deal with the other Force Refining Realm martial artist. Chenzong instantly made a decision. The real threat to him wasn't Bai Yushan, but the other Force Refining Realm martial artist. Unfortunately, Bai Yushan didn't know this, and neither did the other Force Refining Realm martial artist. They had all underestimated him. Or rather, they couldn't imagine that someone in the Qi and Blood Realm would have the ability to go against or even kill a Force Refining Realm martial artist. Even a true martial realm martial artist wouldn't have thought of this, let alone them. As he got closer, the distance between Bai Yushan and Chenzong continued to shrink. There was only one chance. If he failed, he would alert the other. At that time, the other masked man in black would make a move, and it would be more difficult to kill Bai Yushan. If the two of them worked together, Chenzong wasn't sure what would happen in the end. Adjusting his breathing, Chenzong's every breath became long and slow. The energy in his body also slowly gathered. His seamless body made it impossible for his opponent to sense the gathering of energy. Chenzong, don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. Bai Yushan approached step by step, the aura he exuded growing stronger. He spoke in a cold voice, for the first strike, I will first cut off your right arm. For the second strike, I will cut off your left arm. For the third and fourth strikes, I will cut off your left and right legs respectively. If it was another person, they would definitely be frightened by Bai Yushan and beg for mercy. However, Chunzong was unmoved. Bai Yushan's threat seemed so weak and powerless. The other Qi refining realm martial artist stared at Chunzong. Chunzong's calmness made him secretly admire him. This was a martial artist with a very bright future. Unfortunately, no matter how bright he didn't have enough background and support. If he went against the Bai clan, only death would await him. It had to be said that this was a kind of tragedy. Although this was the true martial era and everyone was encouraged to practice martial arts, those who could survive and reach the peak were mostly people from influential forces, especially those big forces. After all, they had more resources, a better environment, and the protection of martial art. It was often difficult for the geniuses among the commoners to rely on themselves. Bai Yushan unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The body of the sword glowed with a green light. This was a treasured iron sword. Not only were godly iron weapons extremely valuable, they were also relatively rare. Most Qi refining realm martial artists would find it difficult to obtain one. Even if they did, they might not have the strength to protect it. When the sword was unsheathed, the green sword light was like a gust of wind, slashing towards Chunzong's right arm. Just as Bai Yushan said, the first strike was to cut off Chunzong's right arm. Bai Yushan did not underestimate this strike, but he did not know Chunzong's true strength. Kill! The moment the green sword light arrived, Chunzong also unsheathed his sword. The heart was there, the eyes were there, and the hands were there. Heart, eye, hand, and hand merged into one, forming a unique rhythm that spread out. The fake frost stream sword was unsheathed, turning into a flash of frost and snow that spread out. It was also like a bolt of frost lightning, extremely fast, exceeding Bai Yushan's reaction time. Under the impetus of his pure yang qi and blood, Chunzong's sword was already extremely fast. Now that he had unleashed 30% of his physique and 30% of his pure yang qi and blood to display the extreme flash thunder slayer sword, coupled with the heart, eye and hand merged into one, the speed of the sword was so fast that it was frightening. Bai Yushan was shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge or defend. He could only watch as the bolt of frost and lightning swept through the air, chilling his entire body. Stop! Not far away, the black-clothed masked man was horrified and furious. With a loud roar, all of his inner force burst out. His nimble body was like an arrow released from a bow, extremely fast, shooting towards Chunzong. A short sword appeared in his hand, fiercely thrusting towards Chunzong's sword. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Under this kind of sword speed, unless his speed was twice as fast, he would not be able to stop it. Kill! Bai Yushan was terrified to the extreme. Before he could even blink, the flashing Thunder Slayer sword had already pierced through the space between his eyebrows and through the back of his head. Immediately after, the dagger of the other Qi refining stage martial artist arrived. He turned midway and made a prompt decision to attack Chunzong. Bai Yushan was killed, and it was too late to save him, so he could only kill Chunzong. Chunzong exerted his strength, kicking Bai Yushan's body towards his opponent. He insisted on stabbing, but he could only stab Bai Yushan's body. You actually killed young master. You're dead meat. No one can save you from heaven or earth. The Qi refining realm martial artist's voice was incomparably cold, as if a gust of cold wind that was filled with murderous intent blew out from between his teeth, sending chills down one's spine. If you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn, his tone calm. Bai Yushan's strength was indeed not bad. If it were any other Qi refining realm martial artist, even someone like Nangong Honglai, they would at most be able to resist for a while. They would not be a match for him, let alone kill Bai Yushan. However, Chen Zong was different. As a Qi refining realm martial artist, his strength had already surpassed all other Qi refining realm martial artists. In addition, he had the true secret sword technique, extreme flash thunder slayer sword, and a beginner 3-in-1 martial artist. Bai Yushan had not expected this. All these factors combined resulted in Bai Yushan's death. He put down Bai Yushan's body. His eyes were wide open, and there was confusion and fear in the depths of his eyes. "I'm going to kill you and avenge young master." The black-clothed masked man's tone grew colder, and his murderous intent grew stronger. "I'll send you to accompany Bai Yushan." Chen Zong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He stabbed out with his sword. The light from the sword was extremely fast, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, but also like a wisp of cold autumn water. Just now, when his opponent released his inner force, Chen Zong knew that his opponent's cultivation was at the first transformation realm of the Qi refining realm. However, he was much stronger than Bai Yushan. Chen Zong felt that he could fight, and he had to fight and kill this person. Otherwise, if his opponent brought the news back to the Bai family would definitely do everything possible to kill him. Perhaps the next opponent he would face would not be as simple as a Qi refining realm martial artist. Chapter 147. With mind, eye, hand, and 3-in-1, the fake frost-flowing sword pierced through the air, creating ripples. The black-clothed masked man slashed with his short sword. Martial artists who trained in short swords were better at speed. Being at the peak of the first cycle of training, his speed was even faster than Chen Zong's by a bit. The short sword slashed towards Chen Zong's throat like a thin stream of light, flashing by in a flash. Chen Zong's sword was knocked away by Chen Zong's sword. Efficient and ruthless, showing off the man's exquisite sword skills and killing technique. Chen Zong's hair stood on end. He tilted his head back, avoiding the short sword slashing his throat. The fake frost-flowing sword drew a beautiful and cold sword flower and slashed down. The sword was extremely fast. If hit, even if the opponent was at the peak of the first cycle of training, he would still die. The first cycle of training made a martial artist stronger, but the body was still made of flesh and blood. It couldn't be compared to a precious iron weapon. However, the opponent had no intention of dodging Chen Zong's sword. The short sword trembled and suddenly pierced forward, aiming to pierce through Chen Zong's throat. This was a move that would cause both sides to suffer. It was extremely ruthless. Shadow-splitting. Facing such an experienced opponent who was far stronger than him, Chen Zong had no choice but to use a movement technique. His body shook and his throat was immediately pierced. However, no blood spurted out. The black-clothed masked man immediately knew that his sword had missed. He didn't feel like he had pierced through a human body at all. His feet shook and his body swayed along with the movement. A cold sword light pierced towards him, but was just dodged. So strong, far stronger than Bai Yushan. Compared to the blue light wolf king, he's not weak at all. In fact, he's even stronger. Chen Zong thought. The green light wolf king was a level 3 lower tier demonic beast. Perhaps it was because of its status as a wolf king, it was much stronger than other level 3 lower tier demonic beasts. Even though this masked man in black could only be considered as an ordinary peak level 1 training stage martial artist, he was not any weaker than the green light wolf king. Of course, in comparison, each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. The green light wolf king's body was huge, and its physical defense was astonishing. Its strength was tyrannical, and its speed was extremely fast. The black-clothed masked man's strength was incomparable, and his defense was also incomparable. However, his speed and agility were superior, and his battle experience was incomparably rich. Chen Zong was surprised by his opponent's shrewdness, and his opponent was also surprised by Chen Zong's exquisite swordsmanship, which was comparable to his own. It had been more than 30 years since he started practicing martial arts. Due to the slow progress of his cultivation, he paid more attention to the training of his fighting skills. Even the fighting skills of some third-turn warriors of the training force realm might not be as exquisite as his. Now, a martial artist who was only in the vitality realm actually had combat skills that were not inferior to his own. Furthermore, he could feel that the other party was improving, absorbing his combat skills and turning them into his own to improve himself. What a terrifying genius! He must die. Both sides were filled with murderous intent, determined to kill the other. This was a battle of life and death. The slightest mistake in a bloody battle would result in death. Under such high pressure, Chen Zong's spirit and willpower were all focused. His pure yang qi and blood were vast and mighty, like a long river flowing endlessly in his body. It brought Chen Zong great strength from head to toe, and he was at his peak condition. Under the 6th stage of the true sword heaven skill, Chen Zong's every strike contained an extremely terrifying power. However, the opponent's short sword was even more powerful. Die! Suddenly, after the opponent's sword missed, he suddenly stabbed his finger fiercely at Chen Zong's throat. Under the influence of his inner force, this finger could pierce through rocks. Chen Zong immediately performed the iron cracking finger, flicking out his finger. When the two collided, a terrifying explosion of qi burst out in all directions. The fake frost-flowing sword transformed into a crisscross of light and shadow, and the sword cleaved down from the middle. At the same time, Chen Zong's left hand slapped forward again. His strength was restrained, and the imperceptible realm's great iron-shattering hand was performed to the extreme. Under the combination of mind, eye and hand, Chen Zong's every strike was astonishingly fast. Immediately after, his leg rolled up a gust of wind and fiercely blasted out. 3 strikes in an instant caused the masked man in black to be attacked from 3 different directions at the same time, and each attack was a threat to him. The masked man in black was indeed a seasoned fighter. His body swayed between his footsteps, avoiding Chen Zong's kick, and his left hand slapped out. Under the influence of his inner force, it immediately collided with the great iron-shattering hand. Qi burst out and the short sword danced flexibly. Not only did it shatter the light and shadow, but it also resisted Chen Zong's sword. The short sword circled around the fake frost-flowing sword, and once again stabbed toward Chen Zong's forehead. The cold attack between his eyebrows made Chen Zong even more concentrated. After the long sword circled around and broke the short sword, he slashed at the opponent's throat. Both sides were fighting in close quarters, using speed against speed. Under this kind of speed, the sword light was dazzling people's eyes and extremely dangerous. Chen Zong also noticed that even under the combination of mind, eye and hand, there was a gap between the martial arts of fist and foot and the martial arts of sword. After all, the martial arts of fist and foot were performed by the hands and feet, and the hands and feet grew on the body, completely belonging to the body, and were easier to control. On the other hand, the sword was an extension of the arm, but after all, it was an external object. There was more or less a gap between using the sword and using the fist. Under the combination of mind, eye and hand, this gap was erased. However, to perform martial arts, it still needed the time for the qi and blood to burst out. Then, through the hands and feet or the sword, the slight time difference would become obvious. Usually, he couldn't feel it. Only when he was fighting with a strong enough enemy, this feeling would become clear. This should be because I've just started to master the combination of mind, eye and hand. If I go one step further and completely master the combination of mind, eye and hand, maybe I can eliminate it. Chen Zong thought to himself, since that's the case, I'll use the pressure of life and death you bring to further improve the combination of mind, eye and hand. If the masked man in black knew of Chen Zong's thoughts, he would probably be very surprised and then fly into a rage. A mere martial artist in the Qi and Blood realm actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Wasn't he too arrogant? The sword moved unhindered and the light from the sword overflowed. The long sword and short sword collided again and again, and the collision crossed again and again. Suddenly, the masked man in black's short sword changed rapidly, reaching a total of 7 times. This was the realm of one sword's 7 transformations. Chunzong also changed continuously. One sword 8 transformations. One sword 9 transformations. Under the 9th transformation, the masked man in black's throat almost slit. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. One sword 9 transformations. The masked man in black was extremely shocked. Could it be that he has already entered the martial arts path? He had not made the connection before. After all, there had never been a martial artist in the Qi and Blood realm who had entered the martial arts path in the Eastern land. Now that he saw the one sword 9 transformations, he immediately made the connection. He then thought of the faint but unique charm that emanated from Chunzong. There was a special wave hidden within it. Could it be that it was a trace or a sign of entering the martial arts path? Chunzong did not know what his opponent was thinking. Under the pressure of his opponent, his potential was further squeezed out. He improved little by little. At the beginning, he was at a disadvantage, but gradually it became a true tie. His cultivation base at the Qi and Blood realm allowed him to be in peak condition at all times. He did not have to worry about exhausting his strength. This was an advantage that others could not compare to. On the other hand, although his opponent's cultivation base was far superior to Chunzong's, under such a battle, his inner strength was constantly depleted and his recovery speed could not keep up. What a monster! This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be exhausted to death. The masked man in black was horrified. If word got out, people would probably laugh their heads off. A martial artist at the peak of Qi refining realm was actually worried about being exhausted to death by a martial artist at the Qi and Blood realm. But this was the truth. After breaking the long sword, the masked man in black slapped Chunzong's chest. At the same time, Chunzong used the shattering iron hand to counterattack. When the two palms collided, the power burst out, causing the air to fluctuate. Chunzong spun his feet as he retreated and slashed horizontally with his sword. The masked man in black waved his short sword to block and used the force to retreat immediately, putting some distance between them. Die! His inner strength surged. The short sword trembled and seemed to split into 3, stabbing fiercely at Chunzong. It was much faster than before. The masked man in black had used an earth-level sword technique. Chunzong's hair stood on end. The power of an earth-level martial art was obviously much stronger than that of a human-level martial art. Flowing endlessly. Chunzong unleashed his pure yang blood qi and immediately used a human-level sword technique. Earlier, he was too close to the masked man and his sword was too fast. Now that he had put some distance between them, he could unleash his full power. In an instant, the tyrannical sword light was shattered by the 3 sword shadows. However, the 3 sword shadows also became much fainter because of this. Chunzong continued to attack with his sword. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, forming a continuous stream. Finally, the 3 sword shadows were shattered. At the same time, the masked man in black closed in again. Like a ghost, he slapped his palm fiercely at Chunzong's chest. The attack was too sudden and too fast. Even if Chunzong had noticed it, it was beyond his reaction time. He could only try his best to retreat and attack his opponent with his sword. But he was still one step too late. The power of a martial artist at the peak of the first turn of the Qi refining realm was really terrifying. With a bang, Chunzong only felt a strong force that seemed to want to shatter his chest and destroy his heart. Fortunately, he had habitually placed the iron plate that opened the stone chamber on the mountain wall. Once again, it blocked the opponent's palm and weakened most of the force. But still, a part of it went through and hit his heart. His heart was hit hard and trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter. Chen Zong felt suffocated and his face turned pale. An intense pain spread from his heart to his whole body. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the true sword of Tianju, which was entrenched near his heart, react and shatter the participating force. Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword. Resisting the suffocation and the pain of his heart almost shattering, Chen Zong unleashed 70% of his physical strength and 70% of his pure yang blood qi. His sword turned into a flash of lightning and struck out. The masked man in black immediately waved his short sword to block and deflect the attack. But his left arm was not able to dodge and was cut off from the shoulder. Large amounts of blood gushed out. The masked man in black immediately retreated to a greater distance. With such a heavy injury, not only was his balance affected, but he also began to feel weak due to the large amount of blood loss. He could not fight anymore. Go! Without any hesitation, the masked man in black ignored Chen Zong. No matter what, he had to leave this place alive. He had to spread the news to his family so that they could send out stronger martial artists to kill this person. Die! Chapter 148. So uncomfortable. Chen Zong leaned against a rock. His face was pale and his breathing was short. He felt like he was suffocating. His heart was in so much pain that it felt like it was being cut by an invisible blade. The inner chi of the first cycle of training realm was very powerful, and it was under the full power of the opponent. Fortunately, the metal piece had weakened most of it, and the true sword of sky extinction had destroyed the last part. Otherwise, his heart would have been shattered. Even if he was at the peak of the blood chi realm, a shattered heart would result in death. Fortunately, the peak of the blood chi realm had brought Chen Zong more than one benefit. Gradually, Chen Zong's heart was no longer in pain, and his breathing was also slowly recovering. As long as he breathed slowly and slowly, he would not feel like he was suffocating. Getting up and sheathing his sword, Chen Zong walked towards the first masked man in black who had been killed. He lifted the mask and saw that it was indeed Bai Yushan. As for the other masked man in black, his neck had been cut off. His head rolled to the side and the mask fell off. His face was twisted in pain. The pain before death was too intense. The true sword of sky extinction technique's 6th layer is indeed not bad. Chen Zong thought. The heavenly extinction true sword condensed from the 6th stage of the true sword heavenly extinction technique could be released outwards, forming an attack similar to sword chi. However, its range was only 10 meters. In fact, when it reached 10 meters, its power was already very weak. At best, it could only leave a scratch on wood. Fortunately, he had pulled out his sword in time. The masked man in black had only rushed a few meters away. Otherwise, even if he had hit, it would have been difficult to kill him. He would not have been able to chase after him either. Strength, I'm still too weak. Chen Zong could not help but sigh. He pushed the two bodies into the sea of clouds and destroyed them. They did not have anything valuable on them. After opening the cave, Chen Zong rested inside. His heart was injured. Even with the powerful self-healing ability of the peak of the blood chi realm, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. In order to avoid any sequelae, Chen Zong temporarily stayed in the cave. Since it wasn't easy to cultivate, he decided to take a look at the martial arts techniques left behind by the Dragon Slam spiritual master. Even if he didn't cultivate them himself, he could still learn from them. Furthermore, after this battle, his will and spirit had become more harmonious. 7 days later, the injury to his heart was finally healed. Chen Zong hurriedly took a few rolls of animal parchment and left the cave. As for the iron piece, he habitually kept it close to his chest. This thing had saved his life many times. There are still 7 days left. I'll return to the clan hall first, make a trip home, and then return to the Seven Lights Martial Academy. The Chun clan hall was naturally overjoyed upon Chen Zong's return because they'd already received news that Chen Zong was going to become a disciple of the True Sword Academy. Moreover, he was going to become an official disciple. To the Chun clan, this was a great honor. It was an honor that other clans did not have, even the 3 great clans. Who among the disciples of the various families and forces who entered Seven Lights Martial Academy at the same time as Chen Zong would be able to enter the 4 universities? None. Not a single one. Even Tang Junluo, who claimed to have broken the record of Wind Martial City, was still cultivating in Seven Lights Martial Academy. Chen Zong was already a few steps ahead of him. The Chun clan immediately held a banquet and invited the important figures of various forces in Wind Martial City to participate. Chen Zong had no choice but to do so. In fact, he didn't like this kind of occasion. Fortunately, the clan didn't force him. All he had to do was show his face and say a few words. "Allah, this is the blood-sinking jade essence. Wear it close to your chest. It can help you cultivate." Chen Zong handed the blood-sinking jade essence to Yang Lai. Presently, Yang Lai had entered the Chen clan hall as well, and he'd changed his surname to Chen and given the name Chen Lai. From today onward, he was a member of the Chen clan. Yang Lai didn't have any objections to this, and neither did his mother. The remaining pure blood energy in the blood-sinking jade essence was less than 1/5 of what it used to be. However, Chen Lai was only at the 3rd level of the blood chi realm and was currently refining his blood energy. The pure blood energy contained in the blood-sinking jade essence would be of great help to him. Chen Lai was born with superhuman strength. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 3rd level of the blood chi realm, he could unleash a terrifying strength of 1,500 kilograms with a single arm. If he reached the 4th level of the blood chi realm, this strength would skyrocket again. Chen Zong estimated that it wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass the likes of Nangong Honglai. Seeing Chen Lai's potential, Elder Chen Liwei directly accepted him as a disciple and taught him attentively. With Elder Chen Liwei's teachings and the blood-sinking jade essence that Chen Zong gave him, Chen Lai's achievements would definitely be above the other disciples of the clan hall. As for Chen Yiming, he had officially become a disciple of the clan hall and lived in the underground courtyard. After leaving a few tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills for Chen Lai and Chen Yiming, Chen Zong left the clan hall. After exiting the city, he used wind ride and water tread and headed towards Little Lake Town. This speed was much faster than riding a horse. After staying at home for a day, his father's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the blood chi realm. His face was glowing red, and his aura was vigorous. His entire person was like an oven, emitting powerful waves. Only now did he truly absorb all the benefits brought by the 7-leaf blood lotus. Who knows, maybe father can even refine inner strength and become a chi-refining martial artist. Chen Zong thought to himself. Chen Zong came and left in a hurry. One day later, he left once again. "Not only have I recovered, I'm even stronger than before. Don't worry and go." Chen Jingtang patted Chen Zong's shoulder, his tone full of encouragement. This time, Chen Zong didn't know how long it would be before he had the chance to return. After all, the True Sword Academy was different from the Seven Lights Martial Academy. That would be a new beginning. With reluctance and endless anticipation, Chen Zong left. In the Seven Lights Martial Academy, Chen Zong received a lot of tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills. He gave a portion of them to Chen Chuyun and Li Zhenshi, and even Tang Junluo received 10 pills. He still had half of the remaining pills, which amounted to more than 100 pills. Chen Zong planned to sell these pills for money. After all, entering the True Sword Academy to cultivate would consume even more resources. After a short rest, he set off for the ultimate martial main city. He's still alive. What about Yushan and the others? They can't even kill a chi-refining martial artist? When the Bai family learned that Chen Zong had entered the ultimate martial main city, they were shocked and angry at the same time. Although Bai Yushan could barely be considered a chi-refining martial artist, he had at least mastered inner strength. His strength was not something a chi-refining martial artist could compare to. Moreover, he had a martial artist at the peak of the first revolution of the chi-refining martial artist as his bodyguard. Yet Chen Zong appeared alive and well inside the ultimate martial main city, while Bai Yushan and Chen Zong were nowhere to be seen. It seems that Yushan and Chen Zong are in danger, an elder of the Bai family said with a cold gaze. Before Bai Yushan and Chen Zong returned, the Bai family had sent out a group of martial artists to search for them, but to no avail. Chen Zong had long since destroyed all traces of their corpses. The martial artists who were searching for them had yet to return, so they did not know that Chen Zong was still alive until now. This kid must die. Bai Yushan's father's face was filled with killing intent. It's not the right time to touch him, the Bai family great elder said solemnly. It was true, because Chen Zong was now an official disciple of the True Sword Academy, even though he had yet to go to the academy. Moreover, the True Sword Academy disciples were accompanying him. If the Bai family was willing, they could kill the True Sword Academy disciples as well, but the consequences would be angering the True Sword Academy and being eradicated. It was not worth it to sacrifice the entire family for one person. Yushan cannot die in vain, Bai Yushan's father said again, his tone filled with killing intent. Yes, he must die. The injured Bai Yushan's face was filled with hatred. I know, but we can't be sure whether Yushan is dead or not. Besides, even if he is dead, we can't touch Chen Zong, at least not now. However, after he enters the True Sword Academy, someone will deal with him. The Bai family great elder smiled coldly. Great elder, you mean? Bai Yushan's father suddenly showed a look of understanding. Bai Yushan also thought of something and smiled happily. There were also members of the Bai family in the True Sword Academy. Chen Zong, next time I will definitely defeat you, Nangong Honglai thought to himself. He was full of fighting spirit. He believed that with his talent, as long as he entered the Fiery Blood Academy, he would definitely be able to take another step forward and surpass many martial artists. Chen Zong sold hundreds of tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills at the price of 40,000 white jade coins each. He received more than 4 million white jade coins directly, which could be considered as a rich man. He believed that with these 4 million white jade coins, he would be able to cultivate better after entering the True Sword Academy. Cultivate well after entering the True Sword Academy. I hope that one day your name will resound throughout the eastern continent, the instructor said to Chen Zong. Then, he looked at the others and gave them encouragement. Of course, it could be seen that the instructor had high hopes for Chen Zong and treated the others as normal. With an indomitable will and fighting spirit, Chen Zong followed the disciples of the True Sword Academy and left the ultimate martial main city. There were a total of 3 disciples in the True Sword Academy. One of them was in the 3rd cycle of the Gene Training Realm, while the other 2 were in the peak of the 1st cycle of the Gene Training Realm. Their strength was stronger than most martial artists of the same level. The others were all martial artists who had been recruited this time. There were a total of 33 martial artists in the Gene Training Realm. Among the 4 great academies, they had the least number of martial artists in the Qi and Blood Realm. They also had more than 30 martial artists in the Qi and Blood Realm. Speaking of which, the Sky Martial Academy had the most disciples. After all, martial arts were relatively easier to cultivate. Chen Zong, who had just stepped into the martial Dao, had a deeper understanding of this. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Although weaponized martial arts were more difficult to cultivate, they were often more powerful. However, who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after a real battle. This was because the level of one's strength was directly related to many aspects, including the martial artist's own combat ability. This was the group of the True Sword Academy, and there were more than 30 martial artists in the Jin training realm. There would be no bandits who would be foolish enough to intercept them. Even if there were bandits who were strong enough, they would not be willing to do such a thing. This was because no matter how strong they would not be stronger than the True Sword Academy. As for the Black Goblin sect, they were indeed very strong and were not afraid of the 4 great academies. However, the Black Goblin sect had just recovered, so it was not a good time to make a move. Chapter 149. A new volume, a new journey. The 4 great academies did not have a long history. They were all established after the Era of Kingdoms and the Era of True Force. However, the founders of the 4 great academies were all in the True Force realm from the Decade of Darkness. There was more than one of them. There were a total of 7 founders of the Real Sword Academy. Every one of them was a famous warrior of the real martial arts realm or a swordsman. Of course, they had all passed away now. However, since then, the True Sword Academy had a tradition, or rule, with 7 as the standard. In the Jianfeng Hall, all the new disciples were here, except for the probationary disciples. In a sense, the probationary disciples were not considered disciples of the True Sword Academy. They could only become official disciples if they broke through to the Qi refining realm within a year. There were portraits hanging on the 3 walls of the Jianfeng Hall. There was only one portrait on the middle wall. There were 3 portraits on the left and right walls. They were the portraits of the 7 founders of the True Sword Academy. No one knew which master had made them, but they were so lifelike. Every new batch of official disciples had to bow to the portrait of the founder of the palace. This was the rule. Bowing 3 times was a sign of respect. Chen Zong bowed 3 times without any distracting thought. He didn't know any of these 7 people, but it didn't stop him from respecting them from the bottom of his heart. This was the respect for the ancestors, and also the respect for the powerful sword artist. From this, Chen Zong learned the names of the 7 founding masters of the palaces. When the 4 great academies were first established, they were only meant to cultivate the best warriors, pass down martial arts, and resist demonic beasts. An elder of the True Sword Academy had a sharp look in his eyes. It was as sharp as a sword out of its scabbard. People could not look at him directly. He was a swordsman. Sword cultivators could only be called swordsmen when they reached the True Force realm. Blade cultivators were called bladesmen. This was a more unique title. When they reached the 7th level of the True Force realm, they were called perfected masters. When they reached the 9th level of the True Force realm, they were called masters. The 7 strong cultivators who founded the Real Sword Academy were 1 venerable master and 6 perfected masters. Every word of the True Force realm elder was full of motivation. It made people excited and motivated, but it did not make them hot-headed. 4 sword cultivators, being hot-headed was fatal. In a month, the new disciples will hold a rising star competition to decide the 7 rising stars. If you can break through to the Qi refining realm within a month, you will be qualified to participate. The last words were said to Chen Zong and the other disciples who were still in the Qi refining realm. Rising star competition. 7 rising stars. Everyone's eyes were shining brightened. Fighting was human nature, or rather, the nature of life. Only with competition could one improve. Fame and fortune were also the pursuit of intelligent life. Fame and fortune, who would not? Moreover, the 7 rising stars of the rising star competition were definitely not as simple as a title. There would definitely be rewards. After paying their respects to the founder and listening to the elder's instructions, the new disciples returned one after another. The official disciples received the treatment of official disciples. First, they received a ceremonial sword. It was not sharpened, but its hardness and toughness were amazing. It was almost comparable to a precious iron sword. Apart from the ceremonial sword, there was a sword robe. It was all beige and had the same style. When wearing it, one's temperament would be different. One could feel the sharpness of a sword at first glance. Outside the sword robe was the personal sword token that symbolized their identity. The fourth was a low-grade chi refining pill. This was a pill suitable for chi refining realm martial artists. For chi refining realm martial artists, it was a fatal poison. The real treatment of official disciples was that they could receive a low-grade chi refining pill every month for free. According to the market price, a chi refining pill would cost 50,000 white jade coins. In the True Sword Academy, one could only exchange for it with sword merit points. The fifth treatment was to enter the Sword Martial Tower and choose a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique and a low-grade earth-level martial art to cultivate. The True Sword Academy was located north of the 100 Beast Mountain. To the west was a bamboo forest. It was not ordinary bamboo, but green sword bamboo. It was green in color and its leaves were like long swords. Hence, the name of the bamboo forest was Sword Bamboo Forest. To the east was a tributary of the Hidden Dragon River, the White Dragon River. It was one of the top 10 tributaries of the Hidden Dragon River. To the south was a vast wilderness. The real Sword Academy took up a huge area, and it was not any smaller than the Martial Wind City. From what Chen Zong knew, the number of preparatory disciples was less than 200, and the number of official disciples was slightly more. However, when all of them were added together, there were only 400 or so. As for the guardian disciples, there were less than 200 as well. In such a large area, there were less than 1,000 people. It seemed very spacious. Every official disciple could live in a 2-story building by themselves. There was a wall outside the building. It was a very large area. It was a completely private space. In the courtyard, Chen Zong was wearing a white sword robe. He held the ceremonial sword in his hand. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the newly grown green sword bamboo in the corner of the courtyard. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like a gust of wind, but also like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the air. The strong sword wind blew, and the whistling sound was endless. After arriving at the True Sword Academy and being lectured at the Sword Cutting Hall, Chen Zong felt a lot of changes. Everyone had an adaptability to their environment, especially when moving from one place to another completely unfamiliar place. Some people would need a few days or even 10 days to get used to it. However, some people would be able to get used to it in just 1 or 2 days. The True Sword Academy was a good place. Here, Chen Zong could see a lot of things related to swords. For example, there were many swords made of stone on both sides of the path inside the academy. There were also many sword patterns on some of the buildings. They were simple and direct, revealing a trace of sharpness. All in all, the True Sword Academy was filled with the aura of swords. Chen Zong felt very comfortable. After waving his sword casually for a while, Chen Zong's body gradually heated up. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his sword arts were smoother here. The Rising Star competition is in a month. I must participate. Chen Zong talked to himself. Another reason for entering the True Sword Academy was to compete with people of the same generation. The Rising Star competition was undoubtedly the most suitable. Especially here, not only were there sword cultivators from the ultimate martial main city, but there were also sword cultivators from the other 4 main cities. Maybe his sword arts were good, but who could be sure that there was no one better than him? Chen Zong wasn't afraid of people who were better than him or had better sword arts than him. Only then would he be more motivated. He would continue to challenge people and become stronger. The sword itself was the representation of sharpness. There was nothing to fear. If he was afraid, then it wouldn't be a sword. it would be worse than a poker. To participate in the Rising Star competition, I must first harmonize my spirit and will. Then, I must extract inner strength from my chi and blood force and physical strength to officially become a warrior of the chi refining realm. Even though I can feel that my spiritual will is getting stronger and closer to perfection every moment, it's still a little difficult to achieve perfection within a month. After achieving perfection, it will still take some time before I can refine my inner strength. Calculating, it would take more than a month. However, Chernzong didn't want to miss the Rising Star competition because it was only one time. Whether it was to compete with other sword warriors or to become one of the 7 Rising Stars, Chernzong wanted to participate in this Rising Star competition. Is there a better way to speed up the tempering of my spirit and will so that it can reach harmonization faster? Chernzong couldn't help but think. Then, he recalled the feeling when he fought with the warrior of the first turn of the Qi refining realm on Mount Fulong. Under the strong pressure from his opponent, his spirit and will were more focused than ever. Under that kind of situation, his potential seemed to be constantly stimulated. His spirit and will seemed to be more condensed and closer to harmonization. Should I challenge other disciples of the Real Sword Academy? This might be a feasible method, but he had to consider the consequences. Chernzong wasn't the kind of person who would act on impulse whenever he had an idea. Or should I find a level 3 beast to fight? No matter which option it was dangerous. Challenging a disciple of the Real Sword Academy might anger them and cause them to attack heavily. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. If he found a level 3 beast, it would be a battle of life and death. Suddenly, Chernzong remembered the introduction booklet of the Real Sword Academy. It seemed to mention a place that could temper one's spirit and will. The mind-refining sword illustration. As for what it was, Chernzong didn't know. I'll go take a look first. If it doesn't work, I'll find another senior brother to challenge. Chernzong took a deep breath and left with the ceremonial sword. In the Real Sword Academy, disciples could challenge anyone they wanted, but they could only use the ceremonial sword. The ceremonial sword wasn't sharpened. The blade was rounded and so was the tip. Even if it hit the opponent, it wouldn't cause any injuries. The place where the Cultivating Will sword diagram was located was called the Cultivating Will Hall. There were 7 rooms in total. Senior brother, how can I view the Cultivating Will sword diagram? The person in charge of the Cultivating Will Hall was a disciple of the Real Sword Academy. This was a benefit given to the disciples by the Real Sword Academy. It was also a kind of mission. During the period of management, the disciple would be rewarded accordingly. Are you a new official disciple? The person didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Chernzong." Chernzong nodded. "My surname is He and my name is He Tylin. Chunshidi, you can call me senior brother He." The disciple's attitude was good. There are 7 rooms in the Cultivating Will Hall, and each room has a Cultivating Will sword diagram. It was left by the founder of the academy. If you want to view the Cultivating Will sword diagram, you'll need 100,000 white jade coins. 100,000. Chernzong was shocked when he heard this. He originally thought that the 4 million white jade coins he had on him was a huge sum of money, but now it seemed that it was nothing. Senior brother He, is there a time limit for viewing the intent refining sword diagram? No, but it usually doesn't last long. Normally, a first-turn chi refining cultivator can last about 15 minutes. He Tylin said, "There's one room that's empty right now. Do you want to go in?" "Yes." Chernzong took out a purple note without hesitation and handed it to the disciple. "The 7th room is empty, but you have to remember that once you feel that you can't take it anymore, you have to look away from the Cultivating Will sword diagram. Otherwise, your mind will be damaged. It's not worth it," He Tylin advised. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Zong was a bit surprised. This was the first time they met, and this senior brother he was very nice to him. Was there another reason for this? Chapter 150. He pushed open the door and walked in. It was a square room without a table or chair. There was a futon on the floor, and an unfolded scroll hung on the wall in front of him. It was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. There was only the image of a sword on it. On the left wall there was a long hourglass. Chen Zong's attention was immediately attracted. He walked over step by step and sat on the futon. Heavy mountain sword diagram. Chen Zong read out the 4 black words at the top of the diagram word by word. Each word was written with thick ink that penetrated through the paper. It also contained a hidden sharpness that was extraordinary. Is this the mind-refining sword illustration left by Chongshan Jinren? One of the 7 founders of the True Sword Academy was named Chongshan. Before reaching LV7, he was called Chongshan Swordsman. After reaching LV7, he was called Chongshan Jinren. If this mind-refining sword illustration was left by Chongshan Jinren, then the mind-refining sword illustrations in the other 6 mind-refining rooms were probably left by the other 6 founders. Time was precious. Chen Zong closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. He calmed down completely and focused his mind. He lifted his eyelids. A trace of sharpness shot out from his pupils and went straight to the mountain sword illustration. The sword in the illustration was black. It was wide and thick. It was a heavy sword. It was very lifelike. The details were perfect. It was as if a black heavy sword was inlaid on it. Chen Zong didn't know whether it was because of his strong spiritual will or the mystery of the heavy mountain sword diagram, but after 3 breaths, Chen Zong immediately felt that the heavy mountain sword diagram under his gaze had changed. It slowly became distorted. Then, the black heavy sword seemed to break away from the illustration and exuded a terrifying sword pressure. Heavy. It was like a mountain pressing down. Sharp. It was heavy but also contained a trace of sharpness. It was like a mountain made up of countless sharp swords. It was a mountain of swords. Chen Zong's pupils constricted. He was almost forced to look away. Fortunately, his mind was far stronger than a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. It was not weaker than a Qi Refining Realm martial artist. It was even stronger than a Qi Refining Realm martial artist. The mountain sword illustration kept exuding heavy and sharp sword pressure. It turned into invisible sword Qi and pressed on Chen Zong. It slashed on Chen Zong's mind and made Chen Zong feel like it was being torn apart. It reminded Chen Zong of the terrifying battle with the ancient demonic beast Golden Saber-Toothed Tiger. 100 refinements into iron, 1,000 refinements into steel. This was a battle of mind and will. The pressure was even greater than when he faced the Green Light Wolf King. The sword pressure exuded by the mountain sword illustration was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed on his mind and made Chen Zong feel like he could not breathe. He felt like he was going to be pressed into the ground and into an endless abyss, sinking into oblivion forever. This was the destruction of mind and mind. It was also the training of mind and mind. Wholeheartedly, he guarded his mind and resisted with all his might. Everything around him disappeared. Only the terrifying black sword was left. As time passed, Chen Zong felt that the sword pressure exuded by the black sword seemed to be getting stronger. In fact, it was not that the sword pressure was getting stronger. It was that Chen Zong's mind and mind were getting weaker and weaker. No, I have to stop. No, I can still do it. Keep going. No, if I keep going, my mind and mind may collapse and be injured. It will take a long time to recover. No, I haven't reached my limit. I can still bear it. Chen Zong kept resisting and persevering between wavering and steadfastness. His mind and mind were constantly being consumed. Unknowingly, it was also being tempered. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times to remove the impurities. He did not know how much time had passed. Chen Zong knew that he had really reached his limit. It was not an illusion. If he continued to resist, it would only cause damage to his mind and mind. He closed his eyes. An extremely sour and stinging feeling spread. His eyes were swollen, and it was very uncomfortable. However, everything in front of him disappeared. Chenzong's head was dizzy. That was the result of exhausting his mind to the limit. He did not have any thoughts. He just sat there and let his mind recover on its own. The leakless body at the great perfection of the Qi and blood realm once again showed amazing result. His mind recovered at an extraordinary speed. In about half an hour, the feeling of dizziness disappeared completely. The stinging and swollen eyes also recovered. This feeling, my mind have really condensed a lot. It's more harmonious and seems to have been strengthened. Chen Zong was delighted. The effects of the mind-refining sword illustration were more obvious than he had imagined. If I do it a few more times, my mind might be able to become more harmonious. I wonder how long I persisted. Chen Zong muttered to himself. He looked at the time clock on the left. More than half an hour had passed. Because he closed his eyes when he finished the resistance, he did not look at it. He was not sure how long it had been, but he vaguely felt that it should not be less than 15 minutes. With a hint of joy, Chen Zong stood up. Although his mind had recovered more than half, it was not suitable for him to continue watching the mind-refining sword illustration. He had to let his mind rest before continuing. Chen Shidi, how do you feel? He Tailin asked with a smile when he saw Chen Zong walk out. His face was slightly pale. I'm fine. Chen Zong smiled. Thank you for your concern, senior brother He. How long did you persist? He Tailin asked again. I'm dizzy. I can't pay attention, Chen Zong replied. Senior brother He, I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and rest. It's impossible for someone in the Qi and blood realm to persist for 15 minutes. Looking at Chen Zong's back, He Tailin muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes flashed. However, to be able to become an official disciple, he must be stronger than most people in the Qi and blood realm. His mind will be stronger as well. Even if he's not in the Qi refining realm, there won't be a big gap. People like him have great potential. He's worth making friends with. After his mind had fully recovered, Chen Zong could feel that his mind had improved. On the third day, Chen Zong went to the mind-refining hall again. He Tailin was still in charge. Chen Shidi, I heard that the sword illustration you observe is different every time. It has better effects on your mind He Tailin said with a smile. After paying 100,000 white jade coins, Chen Zong entered the mind-refining room again. However, this time, he entered another room. Jin Feng sword illustration. This should be left behind by Jin Feng enlightened master. The sword on the Jin Feng sword illustration was golden in color. It was about the same length as the heavy mountain sword illustration. However, the blade was narrow and the tip was extremely sharp. It revealed a sharpness that could cut through anything. It was as if nothing in the world could block its edge. The feeling of watching the Jin Feng sword illustration and the heavy mountain sword illustration were completely different. It was as if he was being pierced and cut by an extremely sharp sword again and again. His mind felt as if it was being dismembered. The pain was indescribable. He almost collapsed, but the effect was equally obvious. After resting for another day, Chen Zong entered the mind-refining room again. This time, it wasn't the heavy mountain sword illustration or the Jin Feng sword illustration. It was the mystic ice sword illustration. Mystic ice sword illustration? It was left behind by Master Mystic Ice. Is Master Mystic Ice and Master Mystic Ice the same person? Chen Zong couldn't help but think of the small sword scripture that Sister Yun gave him. It was written by a swordsman named Master Mystic Ice. However, he didn't know if Master Mystic Ice and Master Mystic Ice were the same person. The sword on the Mystic Ice sword illustration was blue and white, as if it was made of ice. It exuded an amazing coldness, as if it was going to freeze Chen Zong's mind and make him suffer the pain of being frozen. The sword illustration for the fourth time was different. It was the Raging Flame sword illustration. It was red all over, like a burning sword. Chen Zong felt that his mind were thrown into the raging fire and burned. Even his body was about to burn and turn into ashes. The sword illustration for the fifth time was the Water Moon sword illustration. It was a moon-white long sword. The body of the sword seemed to be rippling with water. It was very lifelike. Compared to the previous 4 sword illustrations, the Water Moon sword illustration caused Chen Zong the least pain. However, Chen Zong was most afraid of it, because under the influence of the Water Moon sword illustration, Chen Zong's mind seemed to have fallen into a dream. In terms of danger, the Water Moon sword illustration was the most dangerous of the 5 sword illustrations. As for the other 2 sword illustrations, Chen Zong hadn't seen them and didn't know what they looked like. Therefore, they couldn't be compared to the Water Moon sword illustration. Time flew. Chen Zong had to rest for a day after watching a sword illustration. Now, he could continue to watch it the next day. This meant that his mind had become stronger and more harmonious. The 6th sword illustration was the Hurricane sword illustration. It was a blue long sword. The sword seemed to be surrounded by a hurricane. Chen Zong seemed to be able to hear the roar of the hurricane. His mind were sucked into the hurricane and strangled crazily. I feel that my mind are only one step away from harmony. After I finish watching the last sword illustration, maybe my mind will be closer to harmony. At that time, I can prepare to refine my inner strength, Chen Zong said to himself. He pushed open the door of the small courtyard and saw someone striding towards him. Chen Zong, Chen Shidi. My name is Yang Jingji. I'm from the Lu sect. After some observation, I've discovered that you have extraordinary talent and are qualified to join the Lu sect. I've come to tell you. Yang Jingji's body was straight. His back was like a sword. His eyes were cold and sharp with an oppressive light. His tone was firm, as if he had an unquestionable power. Wherever there were people, there would be fighting. This was human nature. Warriors who had great power would strengthen this nature. Within the Real Sword Academy, there were some small factions created by the disciples themselves. The Lu sect was one of them. The Real Sword Academy didn't object to this practice. On the contrary, they believed that this practice could better promote competition between the disciples. You only need to pay the entry fee of 1 million white jade coins. From now on, you are a brother of the Lu sect, Yang Jingji continued before Chen Zong could reply. Chapter 151. Senior brother, the entrance fee is too expensive. I won't be going in, Chen Zong said calmly. At least for now. He had no intention of joining any school. Moreover, 1 million white jade coins was not a small sum. He was not a fool with too much money. What did you say? Yang Jingji's face was filled with anger. His eyes became even colder and sharper. The light that shot out of his eyes was like 2 swords that wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. It contained traces of terrifying spiritual will. His body emitted a terrifying aura that oppressed Chen Zong. In an instant, Chen Zong determined that Yang Jingji's cultivation was much stronger than the second transformation of the Qi refining realm. This was because his aura was very strong. It was clearly much stronger than the masked man in black from the Bai family that he had killed the other day. Take 1 million white jade coins and follow me to the Lu sect immediately. From now on, you are a member of the Lu sect. If you don't want to, you are the enemy of the Lu sect. Yang Jingji's tone was cold and threatening. Senior brother, are you the leader of the Lu sect? If it was another person in the Qi refining realm, they might have been frightened. However, Chen Zong's spiritual will was strong. His heart was unmoved and he was not afraid at all. What does that have to do with you? Yang Jingji frowned. Aren't you the leader of the Lu clan? Aren't you afraid of provoking a strong enemy for the Lu clan with your actions? Chen Zong asked in a calm tone. Strong enemy? Ha 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 ha. Yang Jingji laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He then stared at Chen Zong with a face full of mockery. You, a mere Qi refining realm, want to be a strong enemy of the Lu sect? What a joke. There are dozens of people in the Qi refining realm in the Lu sect. Many of them are famous masters on the metal sword ranking. Our leader is even one of the 7 sword stars. If you think you can be safe with the protection of the school rules, then you are very wrong. After Yang Jingji finished laughing, his eyes were frighteningly fierce. His tone was cold as he said, There will come a time when you enter the Qi refining stage. At that time, my Lu men will let you know what it means to be strong and what it means to be in despair. Course, if you can take out 2 million white jade coins as the entrance fee, Lu men can let bygones be bygones. Yang Jingji said again. He still wanted to rip off Chen Zong. I'll be waiting. His tone was short, but it revealed a kind of sharpness and fearlessness. Alright. Yang Jingji glared fiercely at Chen Zong and gritted his teeth. This was the first time someone in the Qi and Blood realm dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If it were any other place, he would have long since cut him in half. Unfortunately, this was the real Sword Academy and there were rules. Those who had not reached the Force Training realm would be protected by the rules of the Academy. No one in the Force Training realm was allowed to attack unless the Qi and Blood realm took the initiative to provoke them. Yang Jingji really hoped that Chen Zong would make a move, but unfortunately, he looked very calm. He came domineeringly, but left in disappointment. It was like punching cotton and not being able to exert any force. The feeling of emptiness was very unbearable. Chen Zong didn't care. He walked towards the mind refining hall again. Today, he entered the last mind refining room to comprehend the last mind refining sword diagram. It was also the mind refining sword diagram left behind by the only one among the 7 founders of the real Sword Academy. True Yang sword diagram. This was also left behind by Master Jin Yang. The diagram on the True Yang sword diagram was also a sword, but it didn't look like a sword. Instead, it looked like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, emitting light and heat. Chen Zong felt that there was a blazing golden sun floating in the sky above his spiritual will. It constantly emitted light and heat. He felt very comfortable, so comfortable that he wanted to fall asleep right there and then. Oh no! Chen Zong instantly woke up. He was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He had a premonition that if he fell asleep like this, his spiritual will would definitely sink and cause severe damage. This was even more terrifying than the water-moon sword diagram. The comfortable feeling of the true Yang almost seeped into his bones and soul. Chen Zong had to do his best to resist and keep himself awake. This feeling was even more difficult than when he was looking at the other sword diagrams. The other sword diagrams made his spiritual will suffer again and again, but the true Yang sword diagram didn't. It made him feel comfortable and subconsciously wanted to give up resisting. It was like killing people without them knowing how they died. This was even more terrifying. After looking at the 6 sword diagrams, Chen Zong's spiritual will was much stronger than before. He was only one step away from perfection. His resistance had greatly increased, but under the unique sword pressure of the true Yang sword diagram, he still couldn't hold on for long. After just a quarter of an hour, Chen Zong couldn't hold on anymore. He had to close his eyes and the sword pressure disappeared. After resting for a while, Chen Zong got up and left. His spiritual will had only recovered a little. How do you feel? He Tylin asked with a smile. More terrifying than the other 6 sword diagrams. Chen Zong smiled. Something left by Master Tru Yang is naturally extraordinary. He Tylin smiled and said, by the way, Chen Shidi, did you know that Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong have successfully broken through and entered the force training realm? Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong broke through. Chen Zong was a little surprised. In this batch of new official disciples, there were 5 other Qi and Blood Realm cultivators who were qualified like him. 2 of them were from the true martial main city, and the other 4 were from the other 4 main cities. For example, he was from the ultimate martial main city. Jiang Bailu, who He Tylin mentioned, was from the true martial main city, while Hua Yihong was from the royal martial main city. Today was the 11th day since they entered the True Sword Academy. Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong had both broken through and entered the force training realm. This meant that they could go to the Sword Martial Tower and choose a low-grade Earth-level technique and martial arts technique to cultivate. They might be able to stand out in the new star competition in 19 days. All of a sudden, Chen Zong felt a lot of pressure. It's okay. This time, my spiritual will definitely reach perfection. I will definitely enter the force training realm in the next 10 days, Chen Zong thought to himself. Only when there was pressure would there be greater motivation. This was a silent challenge. He had become an official disciple at the same time. No matter what, he could not be left behind. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong bid farewell to He Tylin and returned to the courtyard to rest. When his spiritual will had fully recovered, Chen Zong was excited. His strong spiritual will had formed an invisible circle. The beginning was the end, and there was no distinction between the two. This was the perfection of spiritual will, and it was also the first step to breaking through to the force training realm. First, I have to familiarize myself with my spiritual will. Then, I have to adjust my body to its peak condition. After that, I can start refining my inner force. If it were any other martial artist, that would be the case. However, Chen Zong only needed to familiarize himself with his spiritual will. As for his body's condition, the great perfection of the vitality realm allowed him to be in peak condition at all times. There was no need for him to adjust himself, and it saved him a lot of time. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Zong did not go out. When he was hungry, he would eat energy pills. He used all his time to familiarize himself with his spiritual will and achieve complete control over it. This process would take a normal martial artist half a month to a month. Including the time needed to adjust his body's condition, it would take at least a month. However, geniuses were different. The time needed was greatly reduced. On the 2nd floor of the small building, Chen Zong was ready. He wore loose clothes and sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Start refining inner force. He fully activated his spiritual will and controlled the circulation of pure yang qi and blood in his body. The way to refine inner force in the vitality realm was to accelerate the circulation of blood force and gradually create a resonance with physical strength. It would be maintained for a certain period of time. Under this resonance, the first strand of inner force would be refined. It sounded simple, but it was difficult to do. How to make the power of qi and blood resonate with the power of physique was the first problem. How to maintain the resonance between the power of physique and the power of qi and blood was the second problem. How to extract the first strand of primitive internal strength from the resonating power of physique and blood was the third problem. Once the first strand of primal inner force was refined, in a sense, it was equivalent to breaking through the vitality realm and stepping into the force training realm. After that, one would have to choose an earth rank technique and cultivate with it. With the first strand of primal inner force as a guide, more inner force would be refined from blood force and physical strength until it could form a cycle in the body. His spiritual will was highly concentrated. It was as if an invisible hand was moving it. The extremely pure yang qi and blood force in his body suddenly accelerated under the trajectory of the sixth stage of the true sword heavenly skill. It was vast and mighty like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Its momentum was powerful and sharp. To achieve a perfect spiritual will, one would not only have to activate the pure yang qi and blood force, but also have to find the resonance point between the pure yang qi and physical strength. This resonance was very subtle and would disappear in a flash. One would have to pay full attention many times to find it and grasp it. A normal martial artist would need 5 or 6 days to do so. However, Chen Zong was different. He had cultivated his martial arts to the true realm. When he used the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword and the Extreme Flash Thunder Slayer Sword, he would need to explode his physical strength and blood force at the same time. Using this as a starting point and as a reference, he could better find the resonance point. Resonance. After continuously circulating the pure yang qi and blood force for 15 minutes, Chen Zong vaguely seemed to have grasped something, but it was still a little vague. After another 15 minutes, that vague feeling gradually became clear. The power in his body seemed to have been twisted into a stream. It was very strange. Resonance. Refine. Under the urging of his powerful spiritual will, his physical strength and pure yang qi and blood force continued to resonate, as if they were about to merge into one. Chen Zong could feel a trace of a power that was completely different from his physical strength and blood force. Although it was very weak, it was like a seed breaking out of the ground. This was a kind of power that was restrained but contained amazing power. It was a brand new kind of power, a kind of power called internal force. After another quarter of an hour, finally, the first strand of primitive internal strength was successfully refined. Chen Zong felt very tired. Not only was he physically tired, but he was also tired in his blood and qi, and also mentally tired. However, Chen Zong did not dare to relax. He tried his best to control that trace of primitive internal force to calm it down and stay in between his bones and muscles. After finishing, Chen Zong exhaled. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 152. Sorry for the delay after taking care of the child. There are still 18 days left. It's time to visit the Sword Martial Tower. Chen Zong carried his ceremonial sword and wore a cream-colored sword robe. After filling his stomach, he headed to the Sword Martial Tower. In fact, the Sword Martial Tower of the Seven Lights Martial Academy was built in imitation of the 4 great academies. The Sword Martial Tower of the True Sword Academy had 5 floors. From the outside, it looked like a thick greatsword standing on the ground, unmoving despite the wind and rain. Under the vicissitudes of time, it exuded a sharpness that belonged only to swords and permeated the surroundings. Walking here, one could not help but become solemn and put away all playful thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and once again stepped into the Sword Martial Tower. The manager of the Sword Martial Tower was also an official disciple of the True Sword Academy, the same as He Tailin. Senior brother, my name is Chen Zong, a new official disciple. I am here to choose a martial art and sword skill. Chen Zong said to the senior brother in charge of the Sword Martial Tower. 3rd floor. Tell me your name after you choose. The senior brother was reading a book. Hearing Chen Zong's words, he said without raising his head. His tone was cold, a stark contrast to He Tailin's enthusiasm. Chen Zong did not feel anything special. There were thousands of different kinds of people. The 1st floor of the Sword Martial Tower was very big. There were more than 20 big bookshelves. Each bookshelf was filled with books. At a glance, there were probably more than 1,000 books, all of which were miscellaneous books. The second floor was filled with mortal rank martial arts and art. There were also a lot of them, roughly more than 1,000. The third floor was filled with earth rank lower rank martial arts and art. The fourth floor was filled with earth rank middle rank martial arts, and the fifth floor was filled with earth rank upper rank martial arts. There were usually very few supreme rank martial arts and art. Chunzong guessed that the True Sword Academy also had them, but like the Seven Lights Martial Academy, only those who met certain conditions were qualified to cultivate them. In other words, the Seven Lights Martial Academy's model was modeled after the four great academies. Chunzong could only choose a low-grade earth-level cultivation method and a low-grade earth-level martial art for free. If he wanted to choose a higher-grade cultivation method or martial art, he would have to exchange it with sword merit points. It wasn't easy to get the sword merit points, and Chunzong didn't even have one right now. There were only a few people on the third floor. The previous batch of official disciples all had their own cultivation methods and martial arts to practice. The third layer of cultivation methods and martial arts were no longer attractive to them. Their goal was the fourth layer and even the fifth layer. The new official disciples had basically finished choosing their cultivation methods in the past 10 days. Chunzong walked to the cultivation method classification section and glanced through it. There were a total of 67 Earth-level low-class cultivation method. Name and introduction. Soft Cloud Force. There are a total of 2 levels. Inner strength cultivated through this method is soft and fleeting, silent and undetectable. Flowing Water Force. There are a total of 2 levels. Inner strength cultivated from this technique is like flowing water, flowing continuously. Upright Origin Force. There are a total of 2 levels. Inner strength cultivated from this technique is firm and vigorous, surpassing the inner strength cultivated from other low-grade earth-level cultivation methods by 50%. Profound Origin Force. There are a total of 2 levels. Inner strength cultivated from this technique is very pure, surpassing the inner strength cultivated from other low-grade earth-level cultivation methods by 50%. Chunzong looked at it carefully. The inner strength cultivated from different cultivation methods had different effects. This was even more obvious than the human-level cultivation methods in the Qi and Blood realm. In the human-level cultivation methods in the Qi and Blood realm, although there were differences in the strength of Qi and Blood, they weren't that obvious. For example, the Fierce Tiger skill of the Chun family focused on the strength of Qi and Blood like a tiger. It was more of an internal effect, and the external effect wasn't obvious. For example, the True Sword skill that Chunzong cultivated, excluding the increase in the power of the sword, focused on the strength of Qi and Blood like a sword. It only made the body more aggressive. However, the earth-level cultivation method was different. The inner strength cultivated by the earth-level cultivation method was truly different. In many cases, the type of inner strength cultivation methods a warrior cultivated would determine the type of martial arts he cultivated. For example, if a warrior cultivated Soft Cloud Force, a cultivation method that leaned towards gentleness, the inner strength cultivated would be called Soft Cloud Inner Strength. This kind of inner strength wasn't suitable for performing those fierce martial arts. Otherwise, not only would it not be able to exert its full power, but it would also be a hindrance. It might even hurt the warrior. Similarly, warriors who cultivated fierce inner strength weren't suitable for those delicate martial arts. After reading all the names and introductions of more than 60 cultivation methods, Chunzong wasn't in a hurry to choose. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting wood. He decided to look at the martial arts first before making a decision. At the Qi training realm, the human-level cultivation methods couldn't fully exert one's strength. After all, the human-level cultivation methods were driven by the strength of Qi and Blood. However, the Qi training realm focused on inner strength. These were two different kinds of strength, so the inner strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. Chernzong, who had just refined a wisp of primitive inner strength, had a deep understanding of this point. That wisp of primitive inner strength was the essence of the combination of physical strength and pure yang qi and blood. How could it not be strong? There were more earth-level lower-level martial arts than cultivation method. Among them, there were more than 100 sword arts. There were also a few fist arts, palm arts, leg arts, and finger arts. Other than that, there were also body arts and footwork arts. Which martial art should I choose? Staring at the numerous martial arts, Chernzong began to think. Right now, the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword and the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword were still very lethal. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a first transition realm warrior. After all, his physical strength was tyrannical, and his pure yang qi and blood were amazing. The Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword was also very powerful. However, it would be very difficult for him to deal with a second transition realm warrior. After experiencing many things and walking on the edge of life and death, Chernzong understood the cruelty of the path of a warrior. His enemies weren't just warriors of the same level as him. Those who were stronger than him could also become his enemies. Not to mention others, just the Black Demon sect alone was like a dark cloud hanging over his head. It was wrong to stand still. He had to look forward. Let's choose a sword art first. Soon, Chernzong made a decision. Blindly dodging and taking hits was not his hobby. Attacking was his first choice. There were more than 100 sword arts. Dark light sword art. There were 7 moves in total. When the sword was drawn, it would bring about a dark light that could interfere with one's vision. The first move and the 5th move were the basic moves. Only after mastering all of them could one practice the last 2 moves. Furious Wind Sword Art. There were 8 moves in total. When the sword was drawn, it would be like a roaring wind. The first move to the 6th move were the basic moves. Only after mastering all of them could one practice the last 2 moves. From the introduction, there were obvious differences between Earth-level sword arts and human-level sword art. Chernzong finished reading all of the 100 Earth-level lower-level sword art. These sword arts all had their own characteristics. Some focused on the interference of light and shadow on one's vision, some focused on the intimidation of one's aura, some focused on gentleness, some focused on silence, some focused on cunning and ruthless, some focused on using strength to suppress the opponent, and some focused on technique. Any sword art is suitable for me, Chernzong thought to himself. His foundation in sword arts was very solid. This was closely related to the years of practicing the 18 basic moves and the 4 key steps of sword art. But he had to make a choice. The martial arts realm of heart, eye and hand can make my sword move faster. And my own sword speed is also faster than warriors of the same level. The most suitable sword art for me is either a sword art that focuses on strength, and combines it with an extraordinary sword speed to achieve a balance of strength and speed, and to maximize the power. Or a sword art that focuses on lethality. With an extraordinary sword speed, it can hit the target faster and cause damage. Strength and lethality seem to be the same thing, but if you looked carefully, they were 2 different things. Or a sword art that focuses on speed, and further increases the sword speed to the extreme. This was the most suitable choice for him at the moment. It was best for a martial artist to master a few more martial arts. It meant that they would have more tricks up their sleeves and would be more flexible in battle. It would also be harder for them to be restrained. However, time and energy were limited. In the current situation, Chernzong could only choose one. Sharp Sword Art. This is a sword art that focuses on lethality. Sanyue Sword Art. This is a sword art that focuses on strength. Severing Wind Sword Art. This is a sword art that focuses on speed. What should I choose? Make full use of your advantages. It's your choice. Severing Wind Sword Art. Having made the decision, Chen Zong turned around and walked to the martial arts bookshelf. Now he had to choose a martial art. After choosing a sword art, Chen Zong had a general idea of the martial arts. In the end, he chose the positive Yuan force. His original internal force was refined based on his strong body and pure yang qi and blood. In essence, it was purer than the internal force of ordinary warriors. The profound force could purify the internal force, but there was a limit. Of course, this was Chen Zong's own guess, but it was not far from the truth. In a short time, he only had one chance to choose a martial art. If he guessed right, the profound force would not help him at all. On his way back to the second floor, Chen Zong walked around casually. To his surprise, he saw the third level of the Lone Star sword art, named Lone Star Evil Sky. Judging from the introduction, its power could be said to be the ultimate sword art of the human realm. However, it was no longer suitable for him. The positive Yuan force and the Severing Wind sword art. Wait a second. The senior brother who was in charge of the sword martial tower put down the book and said lightly. Then he got up and walked inside. In less than a minute, 2 handwritten books appeared in the other party's hands. One was grayish-white, with 3 bold and powerful words written on the cover, Zheng Yuan Qi. It gave Chen Zong a vigorous feeling. The other book was light green, with the words Wind-Cutting Swordsmanship written on it. The strokes were long and narrow, very smooth, and implied a sharp edge. The handwritten books are not allowed to be leaked or damaged. You must return them in 1 month. Otherwise, depending on the severity of the case, you will be punished. In the worst case, you will be expelled from the school. The words were said smoothly in an indifferent tone. He must have said it many times. Chen Zong nodded and put away the 2 books. He turned around and walked away quickly. He could not wait to go back and practice. He wanted to master as much as possible before the Rising Star competition. The first thing he needed to practice was the positive Yuan force. Only by refining more internal force could he practice the Severing Wind sword art better. Otherwise, it would be an empty shell and would not be able to exert its power. The Earth Realm martial art was different from the Human Realm martial art, but it did not hinder Chen Zong from understanding it. After half a day, Chen Zong had basically grasped the mystery of the positive Yuan force. The rest would be slowly comprehended during practice. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.